got grids for the juniors too?
No.
Okay. No, it won't be too hard for us to call them anyway.
We're
Trent. Welcome, folks, to our coverage of what will be an amazing event. KW Earth Moving and Concreting present the 2021 Australian Speedway Sidecar Championship here at Olympic Park Speedway, 11th Street West, Mildura. And it's going to be an amazing event. You've got the juniors out on the track practicing right now. We just saw, just prior to coming on stream, some of the seniors having a go as well. I'm joined by 2017 Australian Speedway Sidecar Champion Trent Headland. Trent, cracking night, already a great crowd in the house. We're set for 2 amazing nights.
Awesome night. How good is the track? Everything's looking amazing. It's really set up really well. Awesome to be here. What a night.
Kids are just out here turning a few laps right now, and this is just as important for these kids to get a couple of laps in before they have their first heat tonight. You will see each combination have 4 heats. There'll be a B final and an A final. We heard at the riders meeting earlier on. There's young Gatesy out on the racetrack, one of the local heroes here this weekend. A lot of eyes on Jacko Milner, this young kid who can ride dirt trackers, he can ride solos, and he can equally ride sidecars as well. So there's a few local hopes here this weekend.
Well, this is where it all starts, and I think this era of the juniors, we're really seeing a pedigree. The next era of senior riders come through. There's some really good riders amongst these guys. We've seen young House just step up. He sort of come from these guys as well. But the Fuster guys, boys, young Adam is now riding. Jack has just come through to seniors, and he's an excellent peddler. He's jumped straight into seniors. He's fast. Young Jake Trelaw. I mean, what pedigree have we got there? You know, there's so many fast guys coming out of this junior ranks. It's excellent to see.
It's incredible to think this is Jake's last chance at winning an Australian Junior Championship. This is his final title as a junior before he moves into seniors next year. You can see the Mills Drainage red bike just to the right. You talked about Fuster and Grigson from WA. Interesting situation in WA. It's just gone into lockdown. So thank goodness the kids got over for this title in time, because as of tonight until Monday night, Western Australia is now in a COVID lockdown. So good that those kids were able to get here in time. Incredible times we live in, Trent.
Yeah. Maybe we should talk to the track guys here, and we could just hold another meeting next weekend. Now they're here, we might as well keep them here.
Monahan Logistics, down that bottom left-hand corner. Mildura Truck Centre, of course. Visit Mildura, ATPI. So many wonderful partners that have made this all possible. The kids just having their last practice run before we get into the Australian Junior Championship. And you were saying before, we're looking at the senior track before, Trent, you got this faraway look in your eyes, man. Like, there's a lot of dirt on this speedway tonight, and that's the way you love to ride your bike.
Oh, my bike loves the dirt, and like even this junior track now, have a look there. Like, there's a lot of drive there. There's it takes a little bit to ride. There's a couple of lads that are struggling a little bit to come to terms with the dirt. A lot of the time, these junior tracks are pretty slick, but it'll test them out. This is where they cut their teeth.
That's actually Maddie Kurz and Chloe Ackley. They've never ridden together coming into this event, so nothing like going into the deep end. Little Madison Kurz and Chloe Ackley, who rides a lot of dirt bike action here in Mildura as well. So you just see the number 1 bike on screen as well, Brady Tickle and Mitch Withers out of New South Wales. That is the future of our sport right there, Trent. Great shot of it. Parents, you certainly have to be born into this sport, I think, to want to tackle it.
I think the sport's in good hands. There's, like we said before, there's so many good riders coming through. There's quite a few young guys that are already in the senior ranks that are just really starting to shine. I think in the next 5 years we're going to see something special.
250cc bikes, you go from 250s to 1,000 when you become a junior into a senior. That's 4 times the cc's and a massive upgrade in power.
Look, I tried to hit home with them a few years back and get the 600 thing over the line. We talked to a few people in MA, but it was just too hard to do with the age bracket. They were saying 16, it's got to be under 250, so we didn't really go ahead with it. But it would have been really good to see a 600 class. But I think the 250s, they set them up quite well, and you know they're really good riders by the time they come out. When they jump on these thousands, you know, it takes a few meetings, but they're ready to go. They enjoy the power.
Caden Gates on screen and Harley Ackley to the far right, the number 50. You can see the Gator Racing fairing. You know Byron Gates very well. You know that incredible family. His old man's a rat bag. He's here this weekend, so he's keeping an eye on his grandson, of course, and the Gator, who's practicing tonight. He's already qualified in. There's Jacko Milner to the far left, Trent, on that 41 bike. This kid can ride.
Sure can.
Got a very unique style, like he does on the solo. He sits very upright on the bike. But just watching practice, if you just joined us, great to have you on the coverage of our live stream from Olympic Park Speedway in Mildura. This is junior practice, so don't think too much about what you see on screen. GT windscreens on screen down in that bottom corner. The kids will have 4 rides, and there's a B final and a final to come in. Tomorrow night, they actually ride the O'Brien Cup, which is the Gobnob Cup in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Glenn, my son, Glenn is actually my son's grandfather, so yeah, we know the O'Briens quite well, and Nate actually, him and Harry Hearn won the O'Brien Cup in 2017, the same year I won the Australian Championship, so it means a lot to him, the O'Brien Cup. It was good to keep it in the family.
You can see the kids just heading back to the pit area right now. That is their practice session done. Although there's a couple of them still having a ride, they must have just cleared them out. You see the name Bob White on a lot of bikes, and the Bob White Cup is iconic in South Australia, isn't it?
It sure is. Across Australia. Bob did a lot for the sport. Bob was around, you know, he used to pedal back in the day, but, you know, he also sort of helped build Gilman from the ground up. He was heavily involved in the juniors and the seniors. You know, he's helped so many teams over the years. When they come to Adelaide, he'd put his house up and help them travel and do all the stuff. And yeah, he was an excellent man, and he was sadly missed.
Just some gorgeous pieces of equipment. We're looking at the number 3 bike right there, and that is Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson. Clayton Mills was already on the phone to me 2 days ago saying, watch these boys. They can ride. You spoke before about the Fuster family. They already have a lot of talent. This is the latest in the proteges. Yeah, and young Thomas Grigson, they reckon he's a real pocket rocket, this kid as well.
Look, I hope Adam doesn't put too much pressure on himself. He's got some big shoes to fill. His brother's won the last 2. Yeah, he was the passenger. So hopefully, I know he's going to want to bring it home, but you know, hopefully he doesn't put that pressure on him. He's another bloke that's he wants this. I watched it was an excellent interview with you and Darren the other night with Jake. He's a crack out.
Thomas Grigson, of course, swinging 14 years of age as Adam Fuster from Bullsbrook in WA, out near the Air Force Base, and just pins it straight off the hole and pins it. Got a good style about him too. Trent, I'm a big rap for kids that start on the side of a sidecar before they go behind the bars, because it's got to give you that balanced view of how to ride them.
It does. It really gives you an understanding of what you need to do on the bike to make the bike react and do what it needs to do. So, you know, a lot of these styles, I remember when I started really getting off these bikes, everyone was like, what are you doing? Why are you getting off these bikes? And now you look, everyone's doing it. So, but that just come from my passenger back days. Like I used to hang off it. So as a rider, I just naturally wanted to hang off it. But yeah, it's good to see that it's taken off.
There's Jake Treloar. There's Dad trotting through to the pits right then. So just Isaac Mitchell on the side with Jake Treloar. Interesting too, I noticed that particularly with a lot of the senior teams as well, Trent, a lot of these guys live in different states. They don't actually live in the same town. They don't get to ride together a great deal. Like, they actually have to travel to be in the one place together.
Yeah, the Speedway's it's a bit funny like that. You know, I live up in the desert, and I never ride my sidecar up there. We always have to travel, so there's a lot of travel involved. You know, Daz lives here in Mildura, so when we used to go racing, it was, you know, one of us would have to go somewhere. So yeah, it's difficult, and I guess it's probably the downfall with Speedway. You need a Speedway track and a practice day to be able to ride them and practice, unless you're fortunate enough to have a track on your property somewhere. But
that gate right there, the Mac Hugh Kitchens gate, up until last year, was opened by a man named Bob Crump, the father of the legendary Phil Crump and the granddad of Jason. Up to around about 90 years of age, Bob was still opening that gate himself. Is an absolute ornament to this sport. He loves his speedway. He'll be here tonight. You can absolutely bet on it. I think he's 91 years of age now. Still lives by himself in a big home on 5 acres. He's an incredible, incredible man. So some senior practice here once more. Now, Trent, we talked about this. They originally discussed a 2-minute session, and it was Warren Monson who put up his hand and said, do we really need 2 minutes? My bike's going to get hot. I need 90 seconds at best to come out. Would you agree with that? They changed it. They went back to 90 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like, I don't know.
There he is. Refuses to ride with number 1. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
He did it twice, he told me.
Superstitious, but you know, I won it and I was loud and proud. I thought, I'm putting number 1 on my bike. This guy here, he's
the dark horse.
Looks like he's on his new one here.
I told him you called him that. I said, mate, you got a big rap. They said you're the dark horse. There's so much experience in sidecars, Trent. There's not a huge amount of kids in their early 20s or in their late teens. A lot of guys are in their 30s, their 40s, and even their 50s.
Yeah. Look, Mark's been around a long time. I swung for Mark in 2005. You know, I think it was his first proper season on the bars, and he can pedal. Mark's a good pedaler. He knows he's come through the junior ranks. He's on really good gear now, and he's hungry. Like I was talking to him before, he's dialed in. He's calm, collected. He's hungry. He wants it.
We're talking about Mark Playstead just on screen. Smooth as. This is practice. If you're just joining us here at Olympic Park Speedway, Mildura, some ripping static cameras and also our roof cam as well. And I did see Brody Cohen out there as well, the rock star. So a 90-second session. And these are the seated riders. And here's the GOAT, Darren Trelaw. Has won the last 2 occasions here in Mildura. There's a lot of dirt to work with here, Trent.
Oh, the track looks amazing. Like this, I love these types of tracks. You know, you can see Darren just sort of sitting it up in that cushion, really hanging off it. You know, barely getting off the throttle. Amazing track. We're going to see some fast times. It wouldn't surprise me if the track record goes this weekend.
Now, you know the passenger with Brody Cohen fairly well.
Yeah, I've done a couple of laps with him here and there. Oh, he seems to be my brother as well.
Jesse Headland, of course, riding with the rock star Brody Cohen. I really love the way he turns out that bike. It is absolutely mint. Flew in from Townsville last night. Got a great van as well that drives around town. He's actually made an effort to stay here in town quite a bit this season to get more laps up. But he's an established rider. He's been 12 or 13 years in the saddle, Brody Cohen.
Yeah, he's. We've been racing the same amount of times. We're actually the same age. We've got a similar story, me and Brody, and we've traded paint quite a few times on the track. Brody's probably one of my favourite to race against. We've had some cracker races over the years, but you know, it's Brody's turn. I think he's on paper. He's probably one of the best out there to take it out. He's just got to pull it together. He's got a good passenger. He's got a good bike. He's done the laps. He knows how to get around. So.
This is the only time that we'll see seated riders for tomorrow night ride. It's just a brief little chance to blow the cobwebs out and get yourself set. So you'll see Darren Trelaw and all these guys park it up and go and stand in the crowd and watch like the rest of us while we fight for 6 remaining positions in tomorrow night's grid for the 2021 KW Earth Moving and Concreting Australian Sidecar Championship. So seated riders out here now having a skid. I think that's the Gator just rolling past us just then. Byron Gates and Mickey O. And there is Warren Monson and Andy Summerhays.
Jeff Bishop rolling out on the track as well. Jeff's, you know, been around a long time. He used to pedal really well back in the day, and he still gets around. He's not too shabby. He's got Justin Winchester on the back. The Perth boys. It'd be interesting to see how Jeff goes over here. He's ridden here a couple of times, so be good to see how he goes.
Cool shot that. I like this static locked off cam. It really gives you an idea of how little of the main straight we actually use. Yeah. That big sweeping arc on that main straightaway. Preparing the infield track for the juniors. They'll be out with their very first heat shortly. Perfect weather. It's going to be 5 degrees tonight, but right now it doesn't feel so bad. Gee, there's a lot of dirt to work with. I can see why you're a bit filthy you're not out there, Trent, because this is going to be racy, particularly if you've got the kahunas to go upstairs.
Man, this is a racetrack. You know, you bring a race bike, a fast bike, and you want a racetrack, and this one it's ready to be raced. It looks amazing.
This is just a quick practice for the seated riders. And there is Byron Gates. What a legendary family in these parts, Trent.
Yeah.
John started it all, Uncle John and Les. And of course, Byron's brother rode as well, and now his boys out there in the junior field. And they're very passionate about this sidecar racing. He turns the big, we talked about his age today, he's 50 in May.
Yeah, right.
So he's younger than you thought.
They're actually part of the family now. Jesse's partner is Cassie Gates, which is Byron's sister. We've got little niece, little Gates Headland, another pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think you've got to have that understanding of this sport to want to be part of it, right?
Yeah.
That's why all your families marry into each other, because you'd have to look at it and go, do I want to be part of this?
They normally run a mile because they're saying that they're out or they're in. So, yeah.
When you're in, you're in.
Yeah. Look, back to your question before about the 2 minutes. I think the 2 minutes, I didn't really understand it back then, but it's a good time. It's sort of a GP thing. You can do whatever. If you want to pull up and do 6 gate starts, you can have 6 gate starts if it's safe on the back straight. I think it's good to have that time because you're very limited. I think if he wants to cut it short, he can cut it short. That's my opinion.
Well, he wanted to clarify. He asked Brendan Gledhill, the official here, the main man tonight. He asked him, do we need to do 2 minutes? And if I want to pull in, is that okay?
Okay.
And Brendan said, you can do whatever you like, mate.
That's
you can
right.
ride for 30 seconds or a minute or 90, but they actually adapted it to a 90-second practice.
Yeah, that's FIM. Like when we race the world titles and that's generally what they do. They just open the track up. You get 2 minutes. You do what you want.
This bike, I said to you earlier on, it reminds me a lot of Russell Mitchell and Jackie Addison back in the day when you had BP as a sponsor. The impact that Russell Mitchell has had on this sport cannot be underestimated. There's still a lot of Mitch chassis out there, and there's even a couple of Mitch copies in inverted commas.
Look, you can't take it away from Russell. Russell was, the sport is what it is now from what Russell developed. People have sort of gone their own ways with things, a bit of geometry, but the bike we see these days, Russell designed. So, hats off to Russell.
Former Aussie champ who was one hell of a wheeler around the Claremont Speedway, but like a lot of West Aussies, was still very successful over on the East Coast as well. Really cool to see Phil McCurtain walking around here as well. One of the gods of the sport, Trent.
I was actually standing next to Bernie Copy before when Tyler went out, and I said to him, man, that bike is cranky. It sounds fast. Actually looked a bit tight before, like he was struggling to ride it, but it looks a lot nicer now. It looks like he's actually riding it a bit easier.
A few of these boys seeing this place for the first time as well. What an experience that must be to dial yourself straight into an Aussie title, Trent. It doesn't get much harder than that.
Yeah, talk about going in the deep end, but this is how you learn.
The name Moon, I just love using it. Gary Moon was one of the absolute hard men of the sport, a ripping bloke, and still people to this day talk about so many great memories of Gary Moon.
Heart of gold, but just a true racer. He'd race you every inch of the track. I almost retired there at one stage of my career, and it was one race with Mooney that actually made me continue on. And he was an amazing man and a great racer.
Great to have your coverage, Wade Oranger and Trent Headland doing commentary for the live stream. You'll later on have Damien Bradshaw and possibly Johnny Contract as well. But I wanted to ask you too, Trent, these guys are going to have to ride 2 nights back to back. Is that a hard deal, or is it just what you live to do to ride that second night, or is it optimal not to have to ride? Look, if these
guys are fit, which they should be, it's an Aussie title. You bring your A game. If you want to win, you come. You're prepared. It should be water off a duck's back. You have a tumble, I guess it's a different story. You might have a few bumps and bruises, but I used to like coming through the qualifier. It would give you a night to cut your teeth in, and if you knew you were on the pace, it was just good. It was a good money night, I used to call it. You earn a bit more cash, and it was probably a bit cheeky, but I could pick my gate position for the next night by basically coming in the right spot to get a good pick for the next night. Strategy.
Cool shot of the pits right then. Ripper spot up above the container, the Sunrise Ag Bay 13 of this venue. That's one thing that's cool about this place too, Trent. There's so many great little pockets where the different team supporters sit. There's a ripping place on the back straight where the House and Commons family always sit, literally halfway down the back straight near the entry to turn 3, and they line it up in their yellow gear, and it's a really cool place, this joint. It's such an amphitheatre.
I know Bay 13's renowned for being rowdy, but it used to get extra rowdy when the 13 bike would come past it. I don't know why.
Who would have thought? The Bond family. There's another fantastic New South Wales sidecar family. How proud must Grant be these days to be out there riding with his boy in an Aussie title?
You know, he must love it. He's always just kept on pedaling, you know, without sort of, you know, he pushes and he has a go, but without getting the results, he's still here year in, year out, and he just loves riding his motorcycle, and he's still a hard pedaler. I always enjoyed riding Grant. He's a fair rider, and he's a fast rider.
The 007 up on that back stretch right there. Man, you get out the top there, there's some roost.
Brian Sylvie, that number 12 bike, I was saying earlier, that bike, he comes second in the Australian title last time it was here. It was a good bike, that thing. I hope Brian's looking after it.
We were talking before about how it's interesting that you can ride older chassis and they can still be extremely competitive. And we're talking about over 10-year-old bikes in some cases.
It just shows how much they haven't really changed. You know, they're still very similar chassis-wise. It's just probably the motors that have progressed. You know, we're getting faster, bigger horsepower, bigger torque motors now. But the chassis themselves aren't a lot different. You know, a few tweaks here and there, but they're still very similar.
It is giddy up here tonight in Mildura. You look filthy that you're sitting here with me, to be honest.
I am. I don't even want to stand up and have a look at the track. I'm just going to look through the TV, I think, Wade.
There's some serious traction.
Now, Damien Nish, I think he's going to be one to watch this weekend. You know, he's riding a Shane Hudson bike. It's a newer chassis. It's the new Suzuki. Damien's, you know, predominantly just ridden the FZRs over the years, but he seems to be really enjoying this newer model bike. I think he'll be one to watch. He's been pretty quick at Gilman the last couple of times I've watched him.
It's already a very big crowd in the house here at Olympic Park Speedway Mildura. Let's face it, we've waited long enough for this title. It was supposed to be held last year. The pandemic put paid to that, and it was at times people wondering when on earth are we going to be able to get this event in. And now here we are on a beautiful Mildura, almost winter's evening. Going to be 5 degrees tonight. That's good for horsepower, right?
It is good for horsepower. Makes a fast engine. Fast track, fast engine. I think we're in for a cracker night.
Cox. Now there's another great name, particularly in New South Wales Speedway. And you see the name Glenn Cox and you think that sounds like a bloke who's probably in his early 20s, right?
Yeah, no.
No, but has produced a number of kids that are phenomenal sidecar passengers.
Look, I think half the field's got Cox on it. But no, look, great family. They just, and great passengers, you know, like they're great. I don't know why none of them really jumped on the bars though, you know, but excellent passengers, great people as well, you know. They've definitely left their mark on Speedway.
Practice is almost done. We're waiting for first heat for the juniors to come out for their Aussie title here very soon.
Catering, wares, whatever the case may be, they are all logged in this fantastic program, which lists not only some great pictures of our qualifying and also our outright suited riders for the weekend. Some great forward letters from, of course, Brendan Gledhill, who's put together the banter. Great rider also in here, Peter Baker, who's been riding for Speedway for many, many years. And a great glossy publication. We wait patiently now. The gate open for our next group to get away. calmest it's going to be for the weekend here right now. The next light comes away. Closes for the next three that will final laps out first.
Check.
Looks like we've got Dave and Wattrell out there at the moment. Darcy Gristrom off the back of the bike there with him. Darren Trelaw. Blake Cox, side there, further down the field. Potentially the fastest on a 15-point play. Comparing Dave Wattrell and Darcy Gristrom clocking through in roughly 15.3. That's their best time in that group of how much they put through. Looks like Trelaw and Cox now will put another start down the back straight there for gates will open. Indicating that gates are now open to allow those teams to head back to the pit area to ready themselves either for tomorrow night or tonight, depending. But now 2 nights of action this weekend, of course, the Friday night tonight for the qualifying round. Racing here tonight to provide us with what's needed to go up against our senior riders for tomorrow night. To decide the 2021 Australian Sidecar Championship title here at Olympic Park. Of course, the team at Olympic Park are very proud indeed to be bringing this amazing event alongside Wayne Delegate Third and Tom Green.
You're a bit bright.
Thank you very much for coming with work on the team.
You alright?
It's truly amazing event.
I am right.
I need a light.
watching the dying stages of practice for the KW Earth Moving and Concreting Australian Sidecar Championship from Olympic Park Speedway, Mildura. Great to have your company. And if you've tuned in the last 10 or so minutes, you would have seen a very business-like Darren Chalor and Blake Cox, Trent Headland joining me in commentary of the 2017 Aussie Champ, amongst many other titles and victories as well. Gee, that thing of Darren's, it launches fairly significantly, doesn't it?
It does, and putting it to Darren, he probably went back into the pits and had a bit of a tweak. I don't know, probably a bit of ignition or something, and he come back out. He was focusing on his gates then. Yeah, we got a lot of dirt out there. The guys are starting to struggle a bit now.
Mark Playstead, always immaculate, always with black chrome down the side. Been some tremendous South Australian sidecar riders come out of the city of churches, that's for sure. Trent, you must be very proud to be a South Aussie with such a fine heritage of this sport in SA.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky. You know, I started off in the Murray Bridge days when bikes were heavily associated with Murray Bridge, and Murray Bridge was hard. It taught you how to ride a sidecar, you know, and if you didn't get it right, it would hurt you, it'd bite you. And then the old North Arm days, and then even Speedway City, and just of late. And when I say of late, the last 15, probably nearly 20 years, Gilman, and Gilman is, it's a brilliant venue, and it's a tricky track. So you got to know how to ride Gilman, otherwise it'll bite you.
Practice for the seniors. We're seeing quite a few of the seated riders that are already in tomorrow, just having a few laps now. But the juniors are preparing for their first of 4 rides, plus a B and an A final, and you just got to love these pint-sized little tackers. Courageous.
They got big personalities, though, some of these boys.
Yeah, they totally do. Now there is the TRE number 8 of Jake Treloar. Final chance for him to win an Australian title. Hasn't been able to do that. 4th at Tamworth was his previous best in an Aussie title. He's a big unit. He
is. I was actually looking at his bike before, and Darren's made him a set of custom handlebars, and he's actually welded onto the bottom of them. They look sort of like a set of ape hangers, but they're sidecar handlebars, just so Jake can actually hold on to it.
There's Jake just there, off to the left. He's a big, strong boy, no doubt about that. From the Central Coast, Isaac Mitchell swinging with him as the kids come out for the first heat. What an exciting moment for them too, to ride in front of a big crowd as well, Trent. Tomorrow night they have the O'Brien Cup as well, but this is all business for these guys now. These guys and girls too.
Yeah, this is what it's all about, bragging rights now.
You're going to have Brady Tyler and Mitchell Withers, Tyler Battams and Luke Fitzgerald and Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson in your first heat for tonight. And there'll be a B final and an A final. And then tomorrow night they'll run a completely separate event. That will be the O'Brien Cup. You can see they're just scratching the racetrack a bit for the seniors at the moment. I'm sure you're keeping an eye on that.
I am.
This is exciting. What a moment it is for these kids on this big stage. 250cc. They're not overly blessed with horsepower. The track is very tight. Your passenger is never able to just take it easy on a track this size. There's the WA boys, Fuster and Gregson, and there is young Caden Gates as well, just saying good luck, boys.
Welcome to the bike tonight for the first time.
He just lives, he's like his old man, isn't he, Gatesy?
He was a good little passenger too. He did quite well. He's done a few years on the back now, and now he's on the bars. He's, it'd be good to see him come through.
Got Harley Ackley swinging on side. That is Gatesy off to the far right-hand side. That's Chloe Ackley, and that's her brother. You can tell that's why she's giving him a hard time. Simon McCarthy from Macue Kitchens, whose son Riley rides a bit of junior speedway as well. Gatesy looks pretty relaxed. He's a colourful character, no doubt about it. Proud mum, probably sitting not too far from where we are right now in our commentary position up in turn 3 and 4. Chloe just hurls the water bottle back.
Here, mum, have more water. The key with these little bikes, they don't have a lot of horsepower, so it's about being smooth and keeping that momentum. So they really don't want to get it untidy because you wash off speed and it takes a bit to get it back there. So, you watch young Jake. He's very smooth and he doesn't really put a wheel wrong, and that's what makes him pretty quick. Same as young Jackson Milner. They're very smooth, these kids.
And look, being smooth is a trait that you'll carry well with you into seniors. And we also heard talking about that yesterday. Maxie Commons was very much, I should say Max House was talking about being smooth as a senior. I just want to be smooth. Here's the class photos coming up. There's Jacko Milner off to the right-hand side. Do you remember those days well, mate?
Yeah, not really.
Wasn't that long ago, was it?
It was a while ago.
And they end up on the roster. It has happened. It's an amazing thing.
What a great shot.
But I think the really cool part about it.
There's your future, standing right there.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow night are the winners. They get to see some of the best sidecar racing.
You got Brady Tickle out there and Mitch Withers, Tyler Battams and Luke Fitzgerald. From WA, Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson. Lachlan Coppin and Caleb Westover from South Australia. Caden Gates and Harley Ackley from here in Mildura. Same as Jackson Milner and Adam Nish. You got Maddie Kurz and Chloe Ackley. Jake Trelaw and Isaac Mitchell. And I think we've got the O'Mealy, Sam and Phoebe. They just want to get going. Look at him, Trent. They're like, come on, let's go.
Look at young Jake Trelaw there. It's like looking at Darren in the past,
Even got the same hairdo.
Yeah, same characteristics.
Look at him, he's just like, come on, let's just go.
He doesn't mind giving his old man a bit of stick, though. I like it.
Did you notice that on the interview the other night, the Facebook Live? He said, I want your number.
Yeah.
He said, I'll run 684 till I beat you, Dad, then I'll have your number.
Look, if I have a ride again, I'm not even going to have to worry about Trelaw. Jake's got him covered.
Fantastic crowd here. Let's do it. Boys and girls, let's get after it. Simon McCarthy gives them a quick few words about how it's all going to work. And we'll get rolling with our first heat. There's Mrs. Gates in the background looking pretty casual on the back of the 50.
She's got a bit of a nervous, worried look there, Katrina.
I don't blame her.
Yeah.
Cool shot right there, and you can just see the crowd that is already packed into this place.
Beautiful venue, this one. I've always loved coming here, Wade. Like we were talking earlier, on the river. It's just got a feel. There's something magical about Mildura. I love coming here.
It's hard to get your head around the fact that you could throw a tennis ball from gate 1 here into the river.
Yeah.
And people just don't appreciate how seriously close it is to the Murray. And what a culture in this town there is for Speedway. It's incredible. We know on two wheels, Crump, Adams, Lyons, those kind of superstars of the international sport. But we also know that a Mildura team has never won this Australian title, Trent. That's amazing.
Yeah, right. I didn't realise that.
Sobering statistic. Now, Warren Monson might live in Baronia now, but he's a Gold boy, and that means he's local. Andy Summerhay certainly lives in town. His partner in crime. Is this the year?
It's definitely a Speedway town, this one. I was wandering around town a little bit today, and you sort of mention it, and people know about it. They know it's on. They know what's happening. They talk about Wazza. They talk about Gatesy. The town's in on it. They love this Speedway, and they love their locals.
Well, I mean, it's not just Speedway, is it? It's ski racing, it's motocross, it's drag racing. A lot of supercar guys have come out of this town. Super bikes with Josh Waters as well. Safari racing. You've got the Hatter Desert Race coming up in July as well. This town pulsates with motorsport.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me a bit of New Zealand. Like they love their motorsport over there, and Mildura is very similar. Everyone loves it. They've all got a bike or a car or race something or ski something.
Yeah, no one wants to sit on houseboats all weekend, Trent. So it's time to get after it. Interesting how you just take your fold-up chair outside when you wait for your heat race and just plonk yourself down. You can just see Jake Trelaw off to the far left, just sitting down just then.
Is that Jake or Darren? No, it's Jake.
Yeah. Well, hey, I know what you mean. I didn't see Darren out there. That's Jason Stewart, one of the local legends of motorcycling.
Stewie's got a bit of a sore leg. He was practicing at Fink last weekend and got a bit of a tree through his leg. That's probably what he's showing there.
He's a radical critter, is our Stu Balls, one of the great characters of Aussie motor racing, and particularly in this town. So this is it. Time to get after it. Showcase Jewelers on board. Visit Mildura. So red helmet colours, it'll be Brady Tickle and Mitch Withers. Blue helmet colours, Tyler Battams and Luke Fitzgerald, and Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson. So you've got New South Wales, Victoria.
Ladies and gents, 3 at a time in our 2021 Australian Junior Sidecar Championships, brought to you this weekend, of course, by Kane Whitworth and the team at Kane Whitworth Earth Moving and Concreting. Out of the regional final, the pairing of Brady Tickle and Mitchell Withers. Tyler Battams and Luke Fitzgerald out of blue. And Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson take place out of the white. Obviously, one from New South Wales, one from Victoria, and one out of WA. The one way to travel going in for our WA compatriots of Fuster and Grigson.
Yeah, like to get to the sport top. It's not as though first around the corner, isn't it? It's the other side of the country. And, yeah, no, the rack and stack motorbikes up to get across the area wants to put a sort of that to work in the last 20, well, not even 24 hours. They're lockdown now, aren't they? I wonder how the families then go getting back in. We live in a science fiction world at the moment, John.
Yeah, we're dead right. And of course, the commitment was for those guys when they came across. I believe that they knew that there was a potential for that, but it's really important for them to make sure the kids get the opportunity to race here tonight and over the weekend. So I can't think of a bigger commitment from parents to do exactly what they've done. You know, they may end up having to stay here and maybe practice a bit more. Who would know?
Yeah, look, just listening to the 6 o'clock news there, I'm trying to put a band on the million, but things are starting to go a bit penetrating again, not just in Perth, John, so let's get our fingers crossed that, you know, we're still like this at the middle of next week, so, yeah, I'm sure that if the Western Australian team do get stuck here in Mildura, that, you know, it'll be no different if the Chalola Sidecar team got stuck here or anybody else, the red carpet will get rolled out and looked after, but, yeah, let's just hope they open Perth back up by Monday.
Well, the other thing is we do have to make a quick announcement on this one in regards to our code of rules here. There is a QR code in your program. We hope that you'd actually scan that or scan the alternative on the way in. It is important that we do run by the rules of what's involved in our code of operations within the country here, and your adherence to that is greatly appreciated. I don't know.
Oh, absolutely, John. When you compare us to, I don't think you can compare Australia to the rest of the world anyway, but when you compare us to the rest of the world, we're actually blessed to be able to do this here at the moment. But yeah, look, it's great that we're here to watch the Australian Junior Sidecar Championship. And just for everyone sitting up on the hill, just remember these junior bikes is as intricate as a senior one now, so they take time to cool down and set up. And this should be an absolute ripper, John. I'm looking forward to watching this.
You're dead right. Okay, we'll call them forward. Brady Tickle, Mitchell Withers, out of red, the blue of Tyler Battams and Luke Fitzgerald, and Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson out of the white. The blue of Battams and Fitzgerald, wait patiently, here's the red, the Tickle and Withers. And the white to the outside, Fuster and Grigson. Star is looking comfortable. Grease Bar. Behind them, the white, Batista and Gritson and Adams and Fitzgerald in the blue for third. Great finish for the guys there, and of course, first blood drawn by the look of it. Tickle and Rivers, that's a good result for them.
Oh, absolutely. They've got a very deep tidy out in front, got all the way in, so the way it's starting off.
Absolutely, put the money in the bank and move on to the next round that they need to ride. Heat 2 sees the pairing of Lachlan Coppin along with Caleb Westover out of SAE, the Victorian pairing of Caden Gates and Harley Ackley, and then behind them or beside them in the white will be the pairing of Jackson Milner and Adam Midge hanging out of the Victorian South Boss respectively, Daniel.
Yeah, got the Australian Junior Sidecar Championship off to a good start. I think Heat 2. As you said, Lachlan Coppin and Caleb Westover from South Australia. Caden Gates and Harley Ackley from Victoria, K2 from blue, and from white, Jackson Milner out of niche. Victoria, of course, done out of niche South Australia in the chair. Heat 2 of the Australian Junior Sidecar Championship for 2021. As I said, this is the future of sidecar speedway racing going on the track in front of us right now. Some of the big stars of tonight and tomorrow night have had this privilege of racing junior sidecars. And it's good to see we've got such a strong Australian Championship field here this evening. It's good to see there's such a good crowd in the house to see them racing. Just waiting on our third sidecar team to make it to the track. And I reckon that's Lachlan Coppin and Caleb Westover from South Australia. Then our trackside. Event 2, Heat 2 of the 2021 Australian Junior Sidecar Championship. St John's three in each heat. Lachlan Coppin and Caleb Westover, South Australia from J1, J2 from Blue Locals, Caden Gates and Harley Ackley, Victoria, Jackson Milner and Adam East, Jake Reed from White. Event 2, Heat 2. Let's see how the South Australian pairing go. Coppin and Westover from J1. Watch for young Caden Gates and Harley Ackley from 2 and Jackson Milner and Adam East, J3.
We're good to go. Heat number 2. Now, Jacko Milner on the outside. Nice run. Oh, Gates. The two Mildura teams haven't had it. That's in that second spot. Jacko Milner out in front. Tread Headland with me for heat number 2 of the Australian Junior Sidecar Speedway Championship. Sort of good run from Tickle to take that win. Just a good ride in heat 1.
Milner looking really nice here. Setting some really good laps.
Niche on the back, doing a handy job as well. Just, oh, look out! That thing just stood up, didn't it? Wow! That got his attention. Good job for Gates across the line in second spot. So nice job from Caden Gates and Harley Ackley in that second spot. That was heat number 2.
Heat 3, hand you back to John to take us through it. Good on you, Damien. Looks like Sam O'Mealy and Phoebe O'Mealy out of the red in this one, out of the, and of course, out of the blue with Madison Kurz and
first chance for us to take a look at Jake Trelaw. We'll see him roll out here in a moment. There is the girls, Maddie Kurz and Chloe Ackley. Blue helmet colours. Jake Trelaw at the top of your screen with Isaac Mitchell, whose mum used to be a pretty handy rider back in the day as well. And there are the girls.
Yeah, I think
Maddie
she had a bit of
Kurz.
an accident at the New South Wales title. Otherwise, them guys would probably be here for the quali, but a bit of a busted collarbone or arm or something like that.
These girls have never ridden together, so what an opportunity to try it out at the Aussie titles. There is Isaac Mitchell shaking it off, and Jake Trelaw outside. So just the two of them in this one. So a good hit out, just the two, not the three. So I think we're missing, is it O'Mealy that we're going to be out here? Good shot from the back of the bikes. And Jake Trelaw on the outside. Maddie Kurz and Chloe Ackley, but here he is. last ever chance to win an Australian title for him in juniors. Just wheels that thing in, Trent. He looks good.
Jake's looking smooth. He's the bike sounds on song too.
Isaac Mitchell on the side, right down there with him. Gee, Jake really flings her in there, doesn't he? Got an aggressive style. 250cc, not overly blessed with horsepower, Trent. So you have to be smooth with them, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Jake's riding a KTM 250, and it's probably one of the bigger horsepower motors out there. It's yeah, he's got the gear.
Leans back and gives Isaac a bit of a tap. He's a bit of a character, Jake. He's a pretty quiet, sort of unassuming sort of bloke, but he's got a pretty good sense of humour on him, and he stitches his old man up any chance he gets.
We call him the silent assassin. I reckon.
Yes. Pretty handy second rower in rugby league as well on the Central Coast. As the boys head back to the pit area. There's your first group of 3 heats. And shortly you'll be seeing Matty Kerrs back out there with Brady Tickle, who was particularly impressive with Mitch Withers in that first ride. And you got Lockie Coppin and Caleb Westover. And you were saying before, Trent, that you probably hadn't factored in Tickle, but he did a hell of a job.
No, I sort of forgot about Tickle, but yeah, these young guys, when they come on the scene, they were good straight away. I know Nate, when he was riding, these kids were, yeah, straight off the bat, really good. But again, another pedigree Speedway family. I guess it'd be their grandfather. You know, he's been around for a lot of years riding, and I'm pretty sure it's their dad was on the back swinging for him just recently. He had a new Mitchell. Yeah, but these guys are, I think we've got to watch out for the Tickle kids. These guys could be at the pointy end tonight.
So fresh goggles, a little bit of water, and time to get back after it. Not a huge amount of turnaround time. I reckon that down there might be Riley Commons, quite possibly as well, hanging out down there. The House and Commons team, 16 and 17 years of age, riding in their first Aussie senior title. And I've got to say, they have been super smooth this year, Trent. They've impressed a lot of people.
Yeah, I think, you know, young Riley, well, both of them, they know what they've seen good, and I guess that they're sort of flowing that on into their riding, and they've got good bikes, they got good mentors, they got good people around them. So, you know, I think they're going to have a real good crack, and I can't wait to see them in a couple of years. Like, these boys are going to be fast. Just see Darren Trelaw there talking with Isaac Mitchell, just giving him a little bit of a tune as well. And we just saw to the left of that shot as well, Byron Gates having a chat as well. There he is. He's got the black hat and the black shirt, just walking through with the jeans on, the Gator. A lot of camaraderie between the teams, isn't there, mate? Darren just giving Isaac a few tips there. I think, you know, Isaac was probably feeding Jake a little bit too early, but he's probably relaying that message. Beautiful night for it here at Olympic Park Speedway, and I'm pretty sure that I just looked through our crowd here, and I reckon I may have seen Phil Crump just walk through. I love this joint. Yeah. Legends like that just walk around this place like they own it. I bumped into Phil before when we were getting our armbands. Such a legend. If you ever get a chance to come to this place, you've got to go to the club rooms. As you know, Trent, there's some amazing old photos in the club rooms here. Yeah, definitely. You know, it's a bit different for me, Wade. You know, like normally I'm down in the pits and I don't see much of this, so it's definitely something different for me to be on this side of the fence. It's good to have you here, mate. Looking forward to it. We'll take a quick break in commentary. Be back in a second with Heat 4 for the juniors.
Because you could actually hurt yourself get burned or cut yourself on something, though. You know yourself, John, a wild motorbike to ride, and you know Darren Trelaw that is in tomorrow night's field. Start or not? I can remember, this is me showing my age, I can remember when we used to bring whole utilities and back them up on the hill to be able to watch the racing. Esties in the back, the old lounge chairs in the back of the utilities, and that was pretty much when the Japanese era really started to take off. You know, back in the day when you'd go home and the frame had a crack in it, and you pulled out the old stick welder to weld it up,
a bit of gusset in that was to try and stop it from breaking for the 4th time in the one spot. You're right, that's what happened, and that agricultural layout changed dramatically, and I think it was about trying to make them last a bit longer, about making them a little bit more friendly to ride. But what it did is created a transitional stage where all of a sudden making them safer and better to ride made them faster, which only made them be improved, which made them faster, which made them improve more because we had to chase the guy who was faster. To the point where you see what you see today. And that is evolution. That is the best thing that I've ever seen myself to talk about evolution. That's probably it right there, because it's not a steel tube anymore. It's not a standard engine, and to make it really hot, it was actually half the exhaust removed to make it loud. It's actually creating a more integral designed piece of equipment that is now a pure weapon to do the job.
It's still never enough though, John, with these guys. It's just fast enough, really quick, fast. Phil Lamartina, top fuel fast. With motorsport people, you know, some people understand what I mean. It's just never enough. They want to go faster all the time, but yeah, you go back to that era back down here in Lincoln Park on Sunday nights, and that was the forerunner to all of this. You know, I think the best way to sum up the early days of sidecar racing in Mildura is go and watch the world's fastest Indian. And the first scene in that where they're, you know, the offerings to the gods of speed and forging his own pistons, and you know, my late dad used to make his own valves for the Triumph, Kenworth truck valves, and yeah, that was what it was like. They built and raced their own thing. Probably spent more time trying to keep it going than racing it, but you know, Curly Carnes and my late dad, they were two of the first down here, and I'm sure they're sitting up somewhere there tonight about to watch a great weekend unfold.
Getting ready for heat number 4 of the Australian Junior Sidecar Speedway Championship here at Olympic Park. They're packed in already on night 1. I reckon tomorrow night she'll be standing room only, Trent.
Good crowd though. Yeah, it's going to be tough to get a viewing position here tomorrow night, I believe.
So we're going to take a look at your grid. Red helmet colours. Gate 1, there'll be Madison Kerrs and Chloe Ackerley. Early heat race winner from blue helmet colours, Brady Tickle and Mitch Withers. And then white helmet colours, Gate 3 effectively, Lachlan Coppin and Caleb Westover. So it'll be interesting to see whether Brady Tickle can go back to back, and one would fancy he's in with a pretty good chance. Showed some good speed before and had the West Aussies all over them in that previous one with Fuster. As the girls roll up, first time those two have ever ridden together. Chloe, local lass who loves her dirt bike racing here in Mildura.
Yeah, just watch these guys out of blue, you know, they got an excellent style.
Fair bit of SA talent out there, mate.
Yeah.
So waiting on a start. Tickle, Gate 2, and magnificent hole shot. Yeah, got him covered, the Supermoto entry right now. Tickle, nice lead. They ride well together, these two.
Yeah, they got a really good style. It's a Wayne Hearn chassis, that one. I'm not sure what motor they've got in it now, but yeah, they've got a really good smooth style, and these guys seem pretty dialed in with each other.
Coppin and Westover in that second spot, back to Matty Kerrs and Chloe Ackerley. But this has been a walk in the park, straight out of the hole. Brady Tickle and Mitch Withers. Nice job. New South Wales pairing, very good job. There's a nice way to start the night. River FM, 1467. Wonderful sponsors of Olympic Park Speedway here in Mildura. I'm going to take a look at your next heat. That'll be heat number 5. You'll see Tyler Battams and Luke Fitzgerald, red helmet colours. Now, the O'Mealys, I don't think, came out on that previous ride, so we're going to see Caden Gates and the pint size Harley Ackerley in the white helmet colour. So I think it's just the two of them. Gatesy was fairly fired up in that previous ride, desperate to get the win. had to battle with Jacko Milner to do that.
Yeah, Jacko nearly threw it away on that last corner, but they recovered.
That was a heck of a ride to regather that thing.
It was. Young Nishi, he did a good job to hold onto the back. You know, when it does that, it tries to sling out of your fingers. So, yeah, he did a really good job to hold on.
So Gates to the white helmet colours to the extreme outside on the right-hand side of your shot. Son of Byron Gates, the Gator, legendary Sidecar family here in Mildura. Oh, that was close to the tapes then as well. So nice start indeed for Tyler Bantams. With Luke Fitzgerald, though, runs a bit wide, and Gatesy says, I'll have that.
Gatesy squeezed him. Good ride.
They look like such a momentum bike to ride, Trent. You know, if you pitch her in and get her a bit hooked up and a bit sideways, you'd scrub off so much speed.
Yeah, sometimes you got to think of that third wheel as a brake. You know, if you hook it up too much, it'll stop you like a brake. So, yeah, sometimes getting too sideways is not the way. You just want a little bit of sideways momentum, but really you want to keep the wheels as straight as you can with turning.
DNF, unfortunately, for Bantams, but Caden Gates and Harley Ackley. Little Harley's only a little bloke, but he's fairly courageous, and Cato will be wrapped with that. Certainly there's a big contingent of Gates family and friends here in the Olympic Park Speedway tonight. So that's a popular win, brought to you by GJ Gardner Homes.
Good to see such a good crowd in Olympic Park here.
We're going to have a look at Fuster. Wow, this is a pretty good little heat race here. Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson up against Jacko Milner and Adam Nish. Matty Kurz and Chloe Ackley. They'll be out for heat number 6. So you're watching as a prelim to the qualifying night for the Aussie Sidecar Championship. You're watching the Aussie Junior title here before we get into the big boys very soon.
It should be a really good race between Milner and Fuster here. These two, I think, are really level. It's going to be a cracking race.
Just noticed there was a shot just at the top. Then I think of I saw Ryan Sedgman just chatting then with Brenton Kerr. Kerry said both those guys have worked extremely hard on this event, on the grounds, on the event, the whole bit. They're very focused and very passionate, and they're the new faces of Speedway in this region.
Yeah, I think every track needs the newer generation to come through. There's, you know, like all the older guys, they're slowing down a little bit, so it's good to see people from the sport sort of jumping up and taking those positions.
Mildura Truck Centre and Prestige Edging, another couple of our great corporate partners, and Visit Mildura, wonderfully proactive group here in the city that push this region as a tourism attraction. And a lot of people talk about the houseboats and the wine and the fruit. I always say Mildura, there's nothing mild about it, mate. Scrub out the mild bit. We go fast in this town.
On moonshine.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Jacko Milner and Adam Nish. Great looking outfit too. Just a wicked looking bike. This boy can ride solos. In fact, he's very handy in solos. Been coached by Jason Crump, I believe, as well.
Yeah,
very good on dirt bikes.
Good little bike, that one. Jack Spear built that. It's very similar to the one Jake Trelaw's riding as well. Jack Spear built a few. I think the bike that young Bantams on as well is a Spear built frame.
So Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson on the red bike out of WA, and here are, well, at least part of them is from Mildura. Jacko Milner, and really good to have his partner in crime out of the SA point of view, Adam Nish. That Nish family, another one of those great South Aussie Speedway families, Trent.
Yeah, Nishi's been around a long time. You know, I was a kid when I met Nishi, and he was swinging for my old man back in the day. And Nishi he's a good friend, but he's done a lot for the sport as well. You know, he's definitely helped out a lot in these junior ranks in the last few years. He's sponsored a few events, and he does. He's a good name, especially in the junior ranks.
This is going to be a ripping race. Looking forward to this. The West Aussies up against the Mildura SA combination, and to your far left, the all-girl combination of Matty Kurz and Chloe Ackley. Look at Fuster. Down. Oh, ripping start from Jacko. Milner, though, out of gate 2. So, what can Fuster and Grigson do with these two boys out in front? One down. Oh, nearly ran wide here. And Fuster and Grigson having a really good look. Jeez. Milner's bike a little loose at times.
Yeah, there's plenty of drive out there.
Now he's got it a bit more settled. The West Aussie's got a lot of fans back home watching tonight, including Clayton Mills, a great supporter of that team. But Jacko, Milner and Adam Nish, that's a gutsy ride, one to go.
And Milner's just got to hold it together here, one more corner.
Already we're starting to see some favourites for this title, Trent.
Yes.
Treloar has looked good, Tickle has looked good, and certainly Jacko Milner, that's 2 wins, and Gatesy with that previous win as well. Kelly's panel refinishes, and Mildura Motorcycle Club sponsor, as is the Mildura Truck Centre. Big thanks to them for our water truck. So heat number 7 to come a little later. That'll see Brody Tickle, I should say, up against Caden Gates. So there's some really interesting battles still to come. We'll take a break, come back with more from the Australian Junior Sidecar Speedway Championship.
Low prices, smart tradies go to one place. Melly Bearings, the local firm with the local knowledge. Find us on the corner of Lennon Avenue.
Time for heat number 7 of the KW Earth Moving and Concreting Australian Junior Championship. So there are the girls at the grid there. Madison Kerrs and Chloe Ackley. Brady Tickles and Mitch Withers on the outside. They have been quick. Make no mistake about that. But the red helmet colours, Jake Treloar and Isaac Mitchell. In fact, it's Gatesy. My mistake. It's Caden Gates aboard the 50, up behind Tickle and Withers. Caden's had a win in 2 seconds so far. He really needs to get a win here if he can, but gee, these kids are good out in front. The white helmet colours, Brady Tickle and Mitchell Withers. These kids have been quick so far tonight. Definitely title contenders. One to go. Very smooth style. Brady Tickle and Mitchell Withers. Nice ride. Caden Gates across the line in second with Harley Ackley and Maddie Kerrs and Chloe Ackley across the line in third. We'll have a look at heat number 8. Jacko Milner and Jake Treloar. And throw in Tyler Badams as well. So this is going to be a ripping heat right here. Treloar up against Jacko Milner for the first time tonight. It's really cooled down in the last hour or so here. Great crowd here. Kumiala Memorial Sporting Club, wonderful major sponsors of this venue, along with ATPI. And just seeing that outside white helmet colours. Trent Headland has been just hanging out with a bit of Sidecar royalty, weren't you?
Yeah.
Who were you chatting with then, mate?
Oh, Longy, you know, they're the mechanics for Scotty Christopher and young Tyler Moon. Been around forever, you know. They crewed for Andrew Cleve, Huffy.
This is going to be interesting, Trent. We'll come back to you on that in a second. Treloar up against Jacko Milner for the first time tonight. Milner out of gate 1. Jake on the outside of him, rails it on the top. Milner holds the spot beautifully.
Oh.
Bit of contact. Jake opens up the inside groove. Jacko has to come back on him on the inside. First time we've seen these two go at it. Milner takes the lead. Trelaw comes back at him on the inside. There is plenty going on here. Once again, Milner puts it back to Trelaw. What a great race. Best race of the night so far, Trent.
Smart ride by Jake there. He read the play with Milner and set it up perfect.
Well, his old man will have half a smile about that one, I reckon. That was a tough ride. Jake Trelaw and Isaac Mitchell getting a hard-fought win over Jacko Milner and Adam Nish. Tyler Badhams was across the line in third, but that was the best race of the night.
That was an excellent race. I think Jacko probably thinks he was a bit hard done by there, but he left it open. And when you're racing people like Jake, he
just a little fist bump just then from Dad. And that's a cool shot because that's his little sister right then. Jakey just giving the knuckles to Elle, his little sister. I knew that would be a good race and it didn't disappoint us. Tickle has to be in that rare air as well, I think, when you throw it in. That's probably Fuster, Tickle, Trelaw. Caden Gates as well has been knocking on that door.
Yeah.
There's a B final and an A final tonight. They each get 4 rides. STE Engineering. Sunraysia Riverland Refrigerated Services, the cool carriers to do business. And let's look at heat number 9. And you got Lockie Cooper and Caleb Westover and Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson. Their mealies, unfortunately, are scratchings. So the West Aussies, Fuster and Grigson, and Lockie Coppin and Caleb Westover out of SA. So it's almost like an old State of Origin footy match, this one. SA versus WA. Everybody has one last ride after this. Then we'll determine the B final and A final, which will come up actually between some of the qualifying rides for the seniors tonight. Oh, hang on. That's not good. So Coppin and Westover.
You can see that's pulled the pole over there, Wade.
Oh yeah.
You know, it doesn't look like much, but when that gets in your goggles, it hurts quite a bit. I've had it a few times, even across the neck. You know, those tapes, they're normally made of a fabric, and you've got to break an elastic band before it will actually snap.
And Trent, whether it hurts you or not, or whether it's your fault or not, it's got to rattle your confidence a little bit too, man. When you get a hold of that,
you can't let it get to you. But yeah, like
at that age, it's hard not to.
A fair bit of a bit of a rash or a bit of a graze under your chin or through your goggles. So even if it gets you across the nose, it can hurt.
This is the last heat in this group. Wouldn't be the first time. Trent Headland in commentary with me. Trent, it's good to catch up with you, man. This is going to be a fantastic event. When I heard that Rhino got you involved to be part of all this, I was stoked. I knew you were going to bring a lot to it as a rider, and I'm really looking forward to hanging out with you.
Yeah, likewise. I'm glad to be here. You know, it was sort of a last-minute thing. I'd forgotten about it, and then I just started texting Rhino the other day, and he's like, yeah, man, come along. So, how cool.
Some bloke right next to you just walked up. I thought we'd grab a hold of him and have a quick chat. You want to introduce this bloke?
The one and only Mark Playstead.
Because there are no more, thank God.
Looking slick, mate. Like, looks fast. How's the new bike?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, we only did a few laps and done a few starts, which is crucial here. So, yeah, we're looking good. Just need a bit of luck, and as you know, anything can happen, man.
That's it. Now tell me, what's the difference between the crossplane and the Fizzer?
Oh, a bit more mumbo, mate. You know, it's nice to be on a new bike. I've been riding the old girl for probably 10 years too long, so at least I'm up on a level playing field now with all new gear like everyone else. So, yeah, we should go right.
Looks like an awesome chassis that Mike's built you. Gets around all right. I was just telling Wade before, that track looks pretty awesome out there, man. Plenty of dirt.
Yeah, it was pretty grippy actually for practice. You know, normally it's either really slick or really wet in practice. It normally comes good and holds the moisture, but that was really good right from the start. So,
Trent, one of my favourite photos I've taken in Sidecars was on the back straight, a practice start for the Oceana, I reckon it was, at the bridge, where you just stood the old black chrome bike up on the back wheels. You don't mind a wheelie or two?
Yeah, I've done a couple of good ones tonight, actually.
I noticed that.
Nah, it's all good, mate. We'll hopefully keep the front wheel down and get in front. That's the aim of the game.
Hey, I'd love you to drop by a bit later on when the big boys are out there. We're just about to tune into the final round of this heat group. Thanks to Mark Playstead for dropping by. I just saw him wandering by the bar and we grabbed him. Nice run to the outside, and the West Aussies, Fuster and Grigson, but hey, this is not over. Good ride back up the inside. Wow, and nailed him beautifully. So Coppin and Westover. Lockie Coppin.
He's having an excellent ride here.
Fuster trying to pick the run up on the inside. Couldn't quite make it stick. Only a couple of corners left in this, one to go. And he's opened up a little bit of ground just here. Can the West Aussie kids come back? Oh! That could have been ugly.
Yeah, it just looks like he's struggling to turn a little bit there. He's got the speed, he's just not setting it up quite right.
Good job for Coppin and Westover on the Bob White electrical bike, and they're pumped.
They are pumped. And rightly so.
And how important is that communication, even after, before, that little pump up with your passenger? You've got to have that, hey, we're in this together feeling, don't you?
Look, momentum can take you places. You know, you get pumped up, you can come from anywhere. You know, and these guys, they're just getting better and better. So, you know, anything's possible.
Interesting what's going on here. Maybe a bit of information being relayed by one of the officials. What do you reckon's going on there?
He's probably getting a chat from the referee, he'd find. He'd be, the referee would be in the mic there, and he's probably just having a chat with the boys.
That was the last heat in this group. We have one ride each left for everybody, by my reckoning. And then we have a B final and an A final to come. But I think the top three, it's going to be awfully tough to separate them when we get to final time a little bit later on. So I think the kids will be heading straight back out. You can see them pulling the tapes down already and helmets back on, so we're going to get straight back into it. Caden Gates out on the racetrack already with Harley Ackerley. Little pocket rocket. I was watching him warm up before. It was like he was going out to play on the wing for the Crows, Trent. He was all fired up, doing the big stretches. And
it's good. It's good to see he's pumped, ready to go.
This is where it all starts. Absolutely where it all starts. The future of our sport is right here. I went out to the workshop, the Gates family workshop out in Golgol a few nights back, and a lot of history hanging up on the walls in that little garage.
Yeah, the family, they've definitely done a lot in Speedway. They've been around it a long time. I think Byron was even one of the first juniors ever. Like the guys, you know, how old's Byron now?
50, 49. He's 49. I'll get in trouble if I say 50. He's 49 at the moment. In May, I think he turns over the halfer.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Byron and Devon had the first junior ever here at Mildura.
So, just looking, this will be a cracking heat. Right here, you got Treloar, then you got Tickle. So Treloar now facing Tickle and Gates. This is probably the most level of the three we've seen at any heat so far.
It's going to be a great race.
Waiting to go. What's Caden Gates? He's probably the dark horse in this one. The other two might be the favourites, but let's see what Gatesy can do. Treloar is your leader. Tickle right in there as well. Gatesy thinking about the inside run. And whoa, Tickle had a bit of a look over and is like, hey, what are you doing there?
He left the door open.
So, Treloar leading. Isaac Mitchell swinging on the side. We're getting to the business end of this Aussie title. This pairing have never won an Australian title. That was creepy. That got his attention. One to go.
Tickle's made his way back through.
Yeah, and that's important. That second spot is really important in the point scheme of things. Still they're going on. Gatesy's come back at him. Tickle comes back at him. They're side by side. And in the end, Tickle ends up spun to the infield. Makes me wonder whether there might be some chats from the referee, Brendan Gledhill, over that little battle. But it's an Aussie title, Trent, right? So you got to get after it. Jakey Trelaw looking good as another win. There's a misprint in our program which might confuse that Maddie Kurz and Chloe Ackley were actually written in when they weren't supposed to be in that one, so that's okay. As we saw them, Trelaw was supposed to be in that. So I think that's in critical from a point situation. CPM Building Contractors, Visit Mildura, ATPI Sports Events, the Kumiala Memorial Sporting Club. So many of our wonderful sponsors, including Visit Mildura, who've done a wonderful job in supporting this particular event and bringing people to the region. Not long left in this before we determine our B and A final.
Signage and Apparel, your locally owned and operated independent store. Support local.
Slight change in the program. We're actually going to ride Heat 12 ahead of Heat 11. That won't affect you greatly unless you've got a copy of the program back at home. But we can tell you that Jackson Milner will now face the West Aussie combination of Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson. So, final two heats we're going to see before the B final and the A. We'll start with our qualifying very shortly for the KW Earth Moving and Concreting 2021 Australian Sidecar Championship. Brock Gates just wandering across. One of those guys that you have to have in every club, Brock Gates. Works his butt off, both here and when the go-karts race here for Sunraysia Dirt Go-Karts, and he works at Timmer Speedway as well and waves the flags there, and one of those guys that just never stops. I see a few of the senior boys starting to walk onto the track right now. I'm surprised it took that long, Trent. You know what you guys are like. You got to be out there kicking the dirt, right?
Yeah. A few of the guys getting a little bit antsy.
So here we go. Final two heats right now.
It's going to be a good ride. Hopefully we can see the O'Mealys stick it up to the boys here, but
well, I think Amelia's have been scratched from the whole event so far, Trent. So we're only going to see the two of them out here. It'll be Jacko Milner and Adam Nish up against the West Aussies in Fuster and Grigson. Now they did say they were going with event number 12 instead of event 11. So we should have Fuster up against Milner, unless they've now switched that back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. We've got the number 4 bike out.
Yeah, so that's interesting in itself because Coppin was actually listed as in being in Heat 11. So this is interesting.
No, I think he's getting told he's going off.
Yeah, rightio. So that looks more like what we're about to see. There you go. The West Aussies on screen right there. And Jacko Milner and Adam Nish, Mildura and SA combining from gate 1. Red helmet colours, blue helmet colours. Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson. 14 years of age, the rider. 16 years of age, the passenger. Let's go, boys. Nice launch from Milner. Can Fuster turn it back across the inside? He did. Nish went to put his arm down there and there was a sidecar in the way.
Yeah.
Oh, they made some good ground. The West Aussies on the top just then. Jacko looks smoother in this ride, Trent, than we've seen him.
Yeah, he's just got to hold it together. He's got young Fuster's breathing down his neck. If he makes a mistake, he's going to take it.
Bit of a cheeky look back just then to check where he was. 1 to go. Nish tucked down on the side. Jacko again just looking, but they've got him covered. An important win in his final ride, points-wise.
Nish just gives him a tap on the back there. He's a good little passenger, Nish. He's I don't know, it's the pedigree again, I think, but he just does exactly what he needs to do.
So I wonder where this puts the West Aussie boys in terms of a B final. I would think that'd be a B final proposition rather than an A final. But we have one more ride to come. Tyler Badhams and Luke Fitzgerald. And you got Lockie Coppin and Caleb Westover and Jake Trelaw and Isaac Mitchell in their final ride before the B's and A's. Cool shot of the boys. There's Lyndon Schlein over there. Didn't recognise him just then. There's a bloke that used to be able to ride a sidecar pretty well. From the Territory, these days based in SA. I know his son Craig is wandering around here as well, and their other son, Rory, preparing for another shot in International Speedway in the UK. So Trelaw on the extreme outside. Badhams on that inside groove, the red helmet colours. Last chance to get your points here, Trent.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of a jump. No, they almost stepped off it as well.
Bring him back.
So Lockie Coppin and Caleb Westover. Just a bit of a creep on that initial start.
Yeah, I think the nerves got the boys there a little bit. They're just a little bit jumpy.
Officials don't like jumping or creeping, unfortunately. You've got to be completely still, don't you?
Yeah, you're supposed to be, but you seem to be able to get away with a bit of a roll here and there. Depends on the referee.
Good shot of the crowd on the back straight here. They are jammed in, and it's only night one of the Aussie Sidecar title. STE Engineering, ATPI, Kumiala Memorial Sporting Club, Sunraysia Riverland Refrigerated Services, number of great companies. So, are they going to allow everybody back in? Looks like they are. Good news.
Just give him a bit of a chat. I think he knows what he did wrong.
I think you're right. Coppin and Westover in the middle. Good to go. Can Trelaw cut across the top? Badham. Nice ride from him.
It's a nice ride. He's going to hold Jake out here.
Oh, nice ride. Had to work from the outside. It took him a whole lap to get to that groove, and now he can ride the race he wants to ride. He looks good coming into the final, Trent. You've got to be happy with his form.
He's looking neat and tidy. I think Jake's going to be hard to beat.
Hard to believe his previous best is a fourth, I think, at Tamworth in an Aussie title situation. He's only got this chance this weekend to win an Australian title in juniors. And that's a big win in the end. Nice job. Jake Trelaw and Isaac Mitchell. Badhams. Nice job with Luke Fitzgerald across the line in second. And Coppin and Westover. There's your final group of heats. So there you go, Jake on a maximum going into the A. So you know he's locked in.
Jake's going to be hard to beat out of red.
Cool shot of Darren Trelaw just walking across the track just then as well, having a bit of a look at what 1 and 2 was doing. Seniors coming out very shortly. GJ Gardner Homes, Gardenland, another one of the wonderful sponsors here. So teams heading back to the pits. There's Caden Gates, his mum, walking right there with him as well. Tickle looks really good as well. I know you're doing some amateur points work there. You've been scribbling in numbers.
The girls make this look so easy on me.
To be fair, they're not holding microphones and trying to make up things to say at the same time.
I think I'm a bit of a rookie at this too.
Jason Mays, one of the local legends here at Olympic Park. So outfits coming out now for rider introductions here. Now we're about to get Dinkum. There's only 6 spots available in tomorrow night's final night of this Australian title. 10 outfits already locked in. And this is the last chance situation for these guys and girls tonight. And I've got to say, Trent, how good the hat. I did see that at the riders' meeting. I thought, yep, how good.
Look, he's rolled it for years, and hats off to him. Pun intended.
So right introductions here, and then we'll have at it and try and determine the top 6 outfits going into tomorrow night. Track is going to cop a bit of a pounding over these 2 nights. I feel confident that Summers and Brian Sedge and those guys have got it covered though.
Look, we've got perfect weather for it too. The track's really holding up really well. You know, we've got no wind, we've got no heat. It's pretty cold, so the moisture's going to stay in it just nice. It's going to get better and better as the night goes on.
Some classic bikes as well rolling out. And it's important to note we have people like Phil McCurtain, and I think Dennis Nash is here as well, with Andrew Cleve and those kind of guys who started out their careers riding. In fact, there's a fantastic YouTube clip getting around of Nashy winning a sidecar handicap race at Claremont off 120 metres down the back straight, riding that big, horrible thing that he loves so much. Visit mildura.com.au. We've got our parade coming out here for a moment, our rider introductions, and then we're going to get after the first heat for qualifying night here at Olympic Park Speedway, Mildura.
For knowledge, find us on the corner of Lemon Avenue and 10th Street.
And first pairing away that'll be walking towards us will be the number 1 team of Neil Hancock and Brendan Johnson out of Victoria. Make them welcome, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are certainly a force to reckon with, and they'll certainly put on a pretty good show for us tonight out in New South Wales. Please make them welcome Grant Bond and Glenn Clark. Don't quote me on this, Grant Bond and Glenn Clark have ridden in the last 24 Australian Championships in a row, and they are the evergreens of Australian sidecars. Next group away will be the South Australians in Kim Menadue and Eric Melton. Please come forward, guys. Been here once since the search in the South Australian period, and they got around Olympic Park pretty good. Watching some exciting things from that group tonight. South Australia, put your hands together for the next pairing of Damien Niche and Mitchell Spear. Yeah, look, welcome and return this little Mildura runner-up in last week's FIU Oceania Sidecar Championship. Capable of absolutely anything on their night. Keep an eye out for the South Australian pairing. New South Wales pairing now coming at you. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox, ladies and gents. Yeah, a couple of real young charges in Australian sidecar speedway. This pairing, they rode the sidecar shootout a couple of weeks ago and done very well. Expect these guys to take some important points early. New South Wales, another pairing for you. This is Darren Howes and Jack Wheeler. Yeah, look, welcome and return visitors to Mildura. The sidecar team made every final here in 2019. Watch for big things for them as well. Big trouble for this pairing as they come to us now. This is the Queenslander Bailey Ogilvie and New South Welshman Danny Cox. Yeah, heard big things about this pairing. Long way to come. It's going to have them here. Yeah, with the help of Spud Buchanan and a few others. Watch for that pairing as well. SA's Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan, ladies and gents, is the next pairing. Yeah, rode here at the Sidecar Spectacular Dollar 5 or 6 weeks ago. Very accomplished sidecar team. Queenslanders Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell. Right behind them we find the pairing from Victoria of Aidan Pearson, Eli Bott. Round of applause for them. Yeah, make some noise in the house tonight. We'll move on to the New South Wales pairing of Hamish Golding and Liam Cox. There's another pair I've heard a lot of things about from Hamish Golding and Liam Cox. Look, they've been around that New Zealand crew. They've learned a lot about Australian sidecars. They're on the watch as well, John. Move on to Victorian pairing now. Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon. Yeah, look, the young sidecar team here from Mildura had a big 2019 here at Mildura and a couple of big finals. Yeah, watch for them on their home track to cause some surprises too. Make some noise now for New South Wales pairing Max Howes and Riley Commons. Yeah, what can you say, the second generation young guns. Not long ago, John, we were watching those junior sidecars around this little track tonight. They're qualified, so best luck to that pairing. Clay Hobbs and Jack Spear out of South Australians in next group. Yeah, former local Mildura Clay Hobbs, Jack Spear. Got around here for a couple of really quick, in fact, silent calls on the side of Clay Hobbs. They got around here with pretty big young accomplishment a few weeks ago. Watch the Clay takes some points on the big guys. Yes, they carry now of Rudloff and Morris. That's Shane Rudloff and Scott Morris. Yeah, look on the roster last year at the Victorian title. Haven't been back to Mildura 6 years of work. Let's watch the next two summer around the point end. And great to have this pairing here as well out of South Australia. And the name, there's a very big speedway background in history. This we're talking about Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. Absolutely, first time visitors to Mildura, I think. So,
Yeah, they should be around the mark too, John, but no, it's 6 out of 16. It's going to be red hot from Rock for Heat 1.
Right, as we earlier pronounced them, Tyler Curran and Ronald Curran, along with Luke Anderson and Adam Caruso out of Victoria, bringing up the rear of the field there with these 3 hour results tonight.
Yeah, congratulations to the two. Been to Mildura a couple of times this year. It's great to see the young guys in amongst it, really is. Of course, we've got a classic support here this evening. That have been all here all year. It's great to have a classic sidecars back with us. Just looking for some of the names at the moment. We'll get those names to you right now, John. Look, Glenn Hollis and John Wilcock are with us this evening. So too is John Atherton, Michael Bell, Chris and Brad Wakefield, making big small works in welcome from Mark Bowen and Jared Woods, Bob Kemp and Tony Hudson, Ben Rankin and Jack Wolford, Paul Dempsters and Naomi Bullock. And I reckon that is about it. Make a warm welcome to the classic sidecar support. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. They are the 16 modern sidecar teams that are about to set action to see which 6 go into the Australian Championship. Everybody please be upstanding. The Australian national anthem will be sung on recording by Brooke Baker.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the very beautiful outstanding job, Damien. What an amazing voice that woman has.
Yeah, look, normally here in person, John, but that's an actual scene on a recording, and yeah, look, she does a great job with that anthem, and obviously you've been politically correct in anyway.
Dead right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last opportunity. Tonight you'll get to see all of these riders without their helmets on. Please make sure you make plenty of noise for them here this weekend. Unfortunately for 10 of them, Damien, we don't know who they are yet, but 10 will not make it. Of the 16 riding tonight, only 6 pairings go through. Yeah, it's the toughest ball.
So national anthem complete here at Olympic Park Speedway, Mildura. And the Kumiala Memorial Sporting Club flags flying high. The KW concreting and earth moving trucks with the grid girls as well. And all riders, including the classic bikes, out here on track as well. Dang, that racetrack looks nice, doesn't it?
Oh,
Killing you, isn't it?
it is killing me.
And riding with the number 1 plate tonight, I reckon that's cool. The Prez,
Yeah.
Mr. Hancock rides with the number 1 plate. I say with respect, the oldest rider in the field.
Look, it could help him. Number 1, you get the fresh track every round, and you get 2 red gates. So it might work in his advantage for Neil tonight. Yeah, look, Neil pedals all right. He probably doesn't need that much help, but it is definitely an advantage.
He's been having a hell of a season too, except for a bit of an oops a couple of weeks ago where Tubb ended up on his back and pretty sore, riding with a brace inside the Kevs tonight, but a really charismatic and very much loved combination. Crowd just lit up when young Max Howes and Riley Commons got introduced before. There's a huge crowd. Right in this area here, Trent, just to the right of that shot is where all of the House and Commons fans sit, and they get up and about for these boys.
The Broken Hill guys, it's just down the road. They get a good following down here. They all come down the highway to check out Mildura.
Cool shots. Fantastic crowd. Tomorrow night's going to be even busier. There is Grant Bond and Glenn Cox. And there's the way the boys used to do it. Man, would you have ridden like that?
I'm sure I would have had a crack.
You didn't have they didn't have a choice back then. That's why. You didn't have low liners and cross planes
I'd
and things
rather
like
ride
that.
our bikes now, but you know, if it's all I had, I'd definitely have a go.
Plenty of atmosphere in the house here at Olympic Park. Club has done a wonderful job. Last year this event was supposed to be held, but of course that wasn't possible with the pandemic restrictions. Thank God we finally have this event.
Look, I have to call out young Connor Curran as well. He's another one that's come from juniors, and he can pedal all right. He's actually got his dad on the back with him. I don't know if anyone's ever done that before, had their dad swing for him, but yeah, he's getting around well. He's one to watch. He's on some old gear. I think we see him start to get on a bit better machinery. He's really going to shine.
Now I think he's reserved for tonight. I
Yeah,
need to check on that 100%, Trent.
I
But
think he's first reserve, you're right.
yeah, but you're right. Be good to see him have a ride, that's for sure. Clearing this raid every time the Commons boys go past that turn 3 area. There's a huge bunch of them, all in their yellow shirts, and they just light up. What a vibe here. Night 1.
Hamish Golding, he pedals good. I'd like to see good things out of Hamish this weekend. He's a good peddler.
Mooney too, what a great character. What an incredible family name the name Moon is in sidecar racing. Parade lap just about done. And we'll be having a look at, we could probably take a quick look at how Heat 1 will line up here. Just so you can lock it in, and as Trent said, Neil Hancock and Brendan Tubbs Johnson will have red helmet colours. They'll be starting from gate 1. You'll have gate 2, blue helmet colours, Grant Bond and Glenn Cox. We'll take a look at your grid here right now. This is round 1, so you get a whole look at how they're going to line up. Kim Menadue and Eric Melton, Damien Niche and Mitch Spear. That'll be your first heat. Heat 2 will see Hayden Bond and Brady Cox. Bailey Ogilvie. Now you're a bit of a rap for Bailey. I think you're impressed with how they're going to go this weekend.
Yeah, I've sort of been watching over Bailey for a bit. He's riding a South Coast Custom. He's pretty much on the same bike that I have. But yeah, he's another one from juniors. He can definitely pedal well. I think he's going to have a crack tonight. I've helped him out with a little bit of setup, so hopefully he's on the money. He struggled a bit at Gilman last week, but we'll put that behind him, and I think we'll see good things out of Bailey tonight.
Always consistent, Darren House and Jack Wheeler, Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan on a bike you know pretty well.
Yeah, I come second in the Aussie title last time it was run here on that bike. It was an excellent bike. I won some great races on it, but yeah, Brian, he loves it.
AJ Pearce and Eli Bock actually retired last season and decided to come back. They pulled a John Farnham. AJ said there was too many people saying, come on, you got to get back and have a ride in this final Aussie title. Hamish Golding and Liam Cox, another Cox, Brady Cox, Danny Cox, Liam Cox, Blake Cox. It's incredible. Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell, white helmet colours in gate 3. Mark Mitchell, there's a name as well. Tony Carter.
Yeah, it's Mark Mitchell. He's won an Aussie title here before. He's knocked Darren off the perch. He knows how to get it done. He's another one that could come through and shine.
They still talk about it that being a fairly controversial night. Who would have said there'd be a controversial night in sidecar racing, Trent?
And at Mildura. Come on.
What are you saying, mate? Dave Bottrell and Darcy Ristrom, what a pair of characters. Is that the way to describe that?
Yeah, that's a polite way of putting it.
Now, I did notice
Dave Peddle's good. He's been around for a long time.
Now, I did notice that Simon Cause has actually entered with Cameron Dewell, so I didn't expect that Causey was in there. We might 100% check that. I did see him out on the infield. So Kane Golding and Isaac Amos and those kids, 16 and 17 years of age, Maxie House and Riley Commons. That'll be what your first group of heats will look like. A little bit of water down.
The butterflies would still be there now. It's not till that bit goes
Track looks pristine.
It does. It's interesting, actually. That's the first bit of water they put on it all afternoon. It's held in really well.
Some legends walking around the crowd, Trent. One of them just walked past us just then.
Bernie Coppy just walking past. Yeah, he's
very humble man. I tried to suggest that he was one of the ornaments to our sport. He kind of swatted it away, and I said, could we have a chat with you? Oh, no, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
Look, he's done so much for sidecar racing. He's helped so many people out, and he's still heavily involved. He builds a good race bike. Yeah, he led Spud on his little campaign over the last few years, and I'm sure he gets behind Tyler and Brody still. So he's an excellent man to have part of the sport.
So Neil Hancock and Brendan Johnson, Grant Bond and Glenn Cox, Kim Menadue and Eric Melton, Damien Nish and Mitch Spear, Heat 1 of round 1.
Yeah, good on you. That's what I want to hear. What about our Queenslanders? What about the Victorians?
There is a couple of Queensland wildcards throughout the next couple of nights. This title could end up in Queensland.
Fair chance. Tyler was looking pretty hot in practice. That bike just sounded angry. He struggled a bit with a bit of setup, but he come out that second time and he was fast.
Grant Bond and Glenn Cox. Bondy out of Maitland in the Hunter Valley in New South Wales has been racing more years than he cares to remember. His son Hayden will come out of gate 1 in heat number 2, but Glenn Cox, we talked about him being a passenger sire. He certainly churned out some of the best sidecar passengers in the game.
I'm actually just looking at the program, Wade, and where we've seen Simon Cause before, it's actually Clay Hobbs.
Well, we said that because he was definitely out there and in his gear.
Yeah, right.
So we need to check that, and even I think I heard Johnny Contract make reference to it.
I do believe that Causy's on the classics.
Yeah, well, I thought that too. We'll try and we'll know straight away if it is Causey, because he'll be all over that bike and banging high fives. And
you'll hear him coming.
He's good fun, isn't he? Great character of the sport. Jason Stewart just waiting to call him in. Could just see a shot of, we're just looking at the gate just then, that shot just then, and Jason Stewart. That's a ripper spot to watch from right there. There is Balls, as he's affectionately known, and Simon McCarthy there as well. There's our start line. Think about some of the talent that's hung on that fence over the years and looked out there, Trent.
That's the spot to be, either there or behind Bay 13 up on the container was my favourite spot to just have a bit of a look. You could sort of hide in the dark up there, see what people are doing, see what the track's up to.
No finals tonight in the senior competition.
See a couple of faces up there, old Sam McLeod.
So no finals, just all-out heat races tonight, and after those heats, the top 6 outfits in points go through to tomorrow. We're ready to go. Pondy, first one's out. Can't miss the pond down the front, can you? Grant Bond and Glenn Cox.
I'll have to give it to Bondi. He's kept his paint scheme consistent over the years.
Very consistent. That's cool. Tubbs down there shaking hands and kissing babies. Great character. Bit of gardening. I did like the way Brendan Gledhill spoke to the riders at the start and said, if you're fond of a bit of gardening, don't hold up the show. You're allowed to come in and do it early. Grid girls.
Everyone's got their way as well, you know. With Daz, we just had a plan, you know. I used to say to Daz, just kick out every rut, kick the backs out of them so we're not rolling into the tapes, and I'll just pick whichever one looks good at the time.
So, the 3-bike, Kim Menadue and Eric Melton, the STE engineering girls. You don't even notice those girls when you're riding, do you, mate? They're just in the way. You're looking at turn 1, right?
Exactly.
So Bondi is the last one to come out. He was the first one out, but he's the last one to the tapes. I half back Neil Hancock here. I've got to be honest with you, he's had a good season.
Yeah, Neil's out of the red gate. Red's, you know, I think watch out for Nishi around the outside.
The Menadue Constructions 1-4 Racing, white helmet colours of Menadue. Gate 1, the Prez, Neil Hancock, Bond and Cox. The veteran passenger. We're out of here. First hit race of the night for the qualifiers. And Hancock is your leader. Tubbs hanging on the side. Bond up to second. Heavy sledding. Trying to work the outside groove. Jim Menadue. Nice job on the top side. Bond back at Hancock now. And we see there's some heavy dirt up there, Trent.
A nice move by Nishi.
Oh, we got a passenger down. And it's Menadue and Eric Melton. So the red light, Melton it is. Came off the bike. The good news is he's up on his feet, but he's disappointed more than anything by the look of it.
Yeah, they're crucial points. You know, he was.
So Hancock off to a good start, but Bondi was the guy that was pushing him as hard as he could. But gee, you really noticed that roost off the fairing down the back stretch in particular.
Yeah, the track's still a little bit tight at the moment, you know, after that track prep, but it, you know, as the heats go on, it'll start to loosen up.
Menadue and Melton disqualified from the restart, or excluded. So if perhaps the people are new to our sport, Trent, explain that. Is it like the cause of the stoppage gets excluded?
It all depends on at the end of the day, it's at referee's discretion, and you know, sometimes they can let you in when you should be out, and you'll be out when you should be in. But yeah, like this one here is pretty clear cut. He's fallen off. He's out.
Now I notice it's Tubbs doing the majority of the gardening. Is that the passenger's job, doing the kicking the groove and just trying to get yourself a channel to work with? Is it, or do riders like to do that in moments like this as well?
Look, we could probably blame Justin Playstead for this. I reckon he brought all this around. But yeah, look, it's about just picking the best gate. You want to come out. We've got a fresh track. You probably don't have much to worry about there. You've got a fresh groove everywhere along there. You can start from anywhere. But as the night goes on, that's going to really chop up. And depending on what people's bike setups are, the grooves will be shorter or longer. And if you've got a pretty long bike in a short groove, it's going to try and roll you into the tapes. So you want to bang the back of that rut out so you can sit in a nice rut. And you don't want the rut too deep that you're going to belly out. So, and you want one that's reasonably straight. So, you know, it's a passenger's job to get there and have a look and see what's the best groove to go in.
Cool shot there of our visit mildura.com.au cam. Looking right down over the top of Dad's Army, Neil Hancock and Brendan Tubbs Johnson. Tubbs, one of the great characters of sidecar racing in this region. There's the grooves you're talking about. Maybe we can pause on that shot right there. Gate 3 in particular. It's only early days, of course.
So as the night goes on, you know, they can start to chop up. You know, if someone kicks it a bit sideways, that groove can go sideways and then do a bit of a snaky or whatever. So it gets really hard to pick the right groove to come out of. And sometimes what I'd do, if they were all just no good, I'd actually line it up on a diagonal and go across them.
Yeah, really? Yeah, okay. Because ultimately you want to get to that, you want to cross over to that inside groove as quickly as you can, I imagine.
Yeah,
but
right.
So nice shots through the tapes of those grooves. You put a bit of fuel in on a restart like this, would you burn any bit of fuel?
Some of these bikes are pretty thirsty, and if they're not running a big enough tank, yeah, they'll need a splash of juice, otherwise they probably won't make the distance.
So Brendan Gledhill, the referee, very experienced, both here and overseas as well, and one of Australia's best speedway commentators as well. He'd struggle to get one past Brendan. I reckon he's just about seen it all, Trent.
Been around a long time. My first memories of Brendan Gledhill was at Morgan Mile, and he used to call the Morgan Mile, and I was like, I was probably about 7, 8 years old, and yeah, I just remember him standing up on that tower. He probably looks a bit similar to what he does now. You know? It hasn't changed much.
His wife Jenny, of course, does a power of work here as well in this great little club. So crews being cleared Niche and Spear looking particularly racy as well as Hancock and Johnson push away first. And the total tools packed. Number 68. Have a bit of a yarn about Neil. I remember putting him down the back of my group. Both of these boys from my Rimple. 60 years young is the rider. A truck driver by trade, whereas Tubbs is a self-employed boilermaker. Only been racing for 12 years. Started in the game pretty late. When you think if he started when he was 48, Neil Hancock.
He pedals good, Neil. He's got a different style, but he's just consistent, you know. He's always there, just chugging away.
Love the way he puts major sponsors. The first name is My Wife. Career highlights, reached the Aussie Championship field 5 times, won the King of the Hill, the Lenny Bowes Family Sidecar Cup as well. What can he do? Local legend, 60 years young, out of gate 1. Bond and Cox, Niche and Spears, nice little wheel stand down into 1. Hancock drifts up and Bond says, I'll have you.
Nishi's just seen the opportunity and taken it.
Door just opened up, Bond through on the inside. Track is racing early! And that bike fortunately cleared both of them. That's the scary bit.
And that's the pairing of Hancock and Johnson.
Just a high side coming off. The thing just dug in and bit.
Yeah, look, it's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, you really got to watch those exits when you come across when you're sitting up like that.
You and I were both looking at where the bike was headed, and thank goodness it flipped right over the top of both of them. Wow. Plenty of drive out there, Trent.
Plenty of drive. We've got a real racetrack.
You can just see Neil just sitting down there talking with officials, which is the good news.
He's not a young pup anymore. I'm sure he doesn't bounce that well.
And up on his feet. That's the good news. Very popular team here. Brenton Kerr just helping with the bike there as well. Actually tried solo racing this year for the first time. Nothing like going the opposite way. I don't know how that helps your sidecar racing.
Yeah, look, it's a bit unfortunate there. I'm just seeing the back. If he is ready to go, like he's busted the back out of that seat, and you know, a seat's something that they're not on demand. So I think that's night out for Neil there, unfortunately.
So we've lost 2 of them. So I think the exclusion has happened anyway. And Tubbs has already had an unload a couple of weeks ago, so he's sore already. That's not a great way to continue. He proudly told me tonight before the show, Trent, it's all right, I've got my brace on inside the Kevlars, it fits.
Like a true sidecar passenger.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've seen thongs and duct tape and zip ties and all sorts over the years.
Yeah, that's good news. You see Ryan Sedgman down there just rattling his head, say, are you okay?
He's actually got a bit of a cut on the forehead there. Sometimes if you get hit with your goggles, they can actually cut you up a bit.
Tough critters. Like you said, not sure if we're going to see them come back out. A lot of wry grins down there, which is the good news. As Tubbs pulls down the Kachif. You always like to see smiles in situations like that. It means everyone's a bit relieved, I think. But that was a big get-off. So it's an incident-packed heat number 1. We haven't even got into heat 2 yet. We've got 2 exclusions, one a little bit more spectacular than the other. So 2 unloads. We'll be back with the restart of this very soon.
And also a big thank you to the team at the Melbourne Football Netball Club, looking after all of our food down in the bottom end behind the back of the Olympic Park VIP area. Thank you very much to Tony Hurley and the team down. You can fix it, you can't fix bodies. And of course, I know they're in very good hands with the North West Victorian Ambulance Service. These guys are here over the next 2 nights to ensure that our competitors are looked after as well as our patrons. They're here tomorrow and we do that to look after all of our patrons on site here as well. But more importantly, You know, we don't want to use the services, but at times you do need to use them, and we are in very, very good hands with our medical backup with these guys.
No, I prefer not to see them at all. I don't even really want to know they're here, but yeah, they're in the best of hands, there's no doubt about it. They're both, I think Brendan may have hurt an ankle maybe again, but I'm pretty sure Neil's okay. They both were wide awake and talking straight away, so that was pretty spectacular.
It was. Okay, we'll wait patiently now. As you can see, the red line on the tower, and that's about two exclusions out of this one. We've had the Kim Menadue, Eric Melton pairing out of white, gone. Neil Hancock, Brendan Johnson now out of red, gone. That just leaves the two. The pairing of Grant Bond and Glenn Cox in the blue, and out of the yellow, Damien Nish and Mitch Spare. Trust me, 2 chairs coming out of that gate, nothing changes. It's still anyone's game in this one. And even though there's a little bit more gate or room on the start gate, the amount of gap between these two pairs as they go out will be next to none.
Yeah, well, this is a straight out match race now. You've got the very, very experienced Grant Bond and Glenn Cox, and well, you know, Damien Nish and Mitch Beer have been around a long time now as well. So this is a straight out match race, and you know what happens, John. Sometimes you get left with two and end up being the best seat you've seen all night. So expect this one, even though we've had that rotten bad luck happen, this should be a ripper of a restart.
And the thing that you have to understand too is that with a little bit more gap or a little bit more room out there, you can now use a lot more of the track. So therefore, it'll take it to the next level where these guys know that, yes, there's points in it, but they want the maximum points. They want to make sure, because it's not a points race, that they get to the other end to make sure that they have the best go of getting into this, out of this qualifier into the main game.
Yeah, look, from what I can work out, been around the qualifier for a few years, you want to win each heat, second at minimum.
Correct. So we'll see what this unfolds like for these guys now.
Absolutely, like you said, they know there's points out there if they just sit in second spot. You're always after that. It's all about points. So after the extra point, doesn't matter.
We've seen it where they've lost going into the next round for 1 point. You cannot afford to drop it. A win in this is 3. That's what you're aiming for.
Yeah, exactly right, John. And look, some nights someone's bad luck, as Warren Wilson said on radio today. Some nights someone's bad luck, you're good luck. And some nights you're bad luck, someone else is good luck. So, but you're right, there's only 1 point the difference between second and third.
Time to get back after it. It's been a brutal start so far. The experience of Grant Bond and Glenn Cox has managed to survive the early carnage. Nish and Spears have done the same. The Rockstar is in the house. If you notice, there's a splash of hot pink near you at the moment. After this, we'll have a chat with Brodie Cohen. And then there were 2. So Nish and Spears, gate 4. Bond and Cox, gate 2. So let's just get this one in the hole, Trent. We need to get one in for everybody's sake. Oh, that's Nish bike carries that front wheel. Off the start again. Bond and Cox leading, but Nish and Spears. Beautiful. Shrewd operator, Grant Bond.
He's so good at that low line. He always has been. He's the master of it.
Had a bit of a look, and still having only just leading this first heat.
Nishi knows that he's a tight line rider, so he's just covering that line the best he can.
Not long left in this one. Solid ride. One to go. Substantial lead now in a bruising first heat. Here at Olympic Park Speedway, thank goodness we're going to get one in the hole, Trent, and we can get a bit of a momentum rolling. That's a good ride. Nice ride by Nish. Damien Nish and Mitch Spear. The GJ Gardner Homes heat number 1 is done, and it's been a fairly bruising affair. We've lost 2 outfits. And it'll be interesting to see whether we get to see Hancock and Tubbs back out. You were saying you were concerned about the seat being broken.
Yeah, it's something that you just don't have in the kit. You know, you break a seat, you're sort of out there. A pretty custom thing, you know. It takes a good day to cut a seat in properly. Yeah, so it's not like you can just even go get a clean one and cut it in for the next race.
Our next heat is actually going to bring out Hayden Bond, the son of Grant, with the 007 on the bike with Brady Cox. Bailey Ogilvy and Denny Cox. Throw in Darren House and Jack Wheeler, Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan. This is a pretty tasty second heat race.
This is going to be a good race, yeah.
There is Hayden Bond from Maitland in New South Wales. The Bond-Cox combination lives on.
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it?
And you know, Hayden, he's definitely adapted his dad's style. He's another one. He can just hang it on the pole line, doesn't matter how slick it is. He just seems to find the drive and really be able to get around on the pole line. He's a little silent assassin, you know, like he can be riding in the dirt, think you're going fast, and he just sneaks up underneath you.
So the crowd erupted in the background just then. It was for Darren. Darren. Might not get quite the same yells as his nephew will tonight, but he's very popular here with their fans. So Bond and Cox from gate 1.
Ogilvy and Cox from 2.
Ogilvy and
House
Denny
and Wheeler
Cox
from 3.
from
Sylvie
gate
Evans
2.
from Jack Wheeler. Event 2, heat 2 of the Australian
Darren House and Jack Wheeler from gate 3. White helmet colours. Right up against the wall. Sylvie and Egan. Heat number 2. Brought to you by Currents Used Cars here at Olympic Park Speedway, Mildura. Oh man, Sylvia's left on the hole big time. Hayden Bond, your leader. A little bit of a touch up in that battle for second. The red. Wow.
That was close. That was real
And a
close.
lot of rumbling in the crowd over that one, Trent. I guess you're so committed to what you're doing when you're on the bike, you look up and you don't expect to see that. Now that's your old bike, yeah?
Yeah, it is. It is. Mitch chassis. I bought that bike in about 2005, I reckon. Yeah, a lot of success with it.
So Sylvie and Egan excluded from the rerun, or it was a mechanical issue either way. Bailey Ogilvy and Denny Cox. A Queensland and New South Wales combination. Only in sidecar racing could a New South Wales and a Queenslander get on, mate. Doesn't happen in rugby league, I can assure you of that.
Event 2, heat 2, take 2.
So we bring him back.
Cox, gate 1 from red.
We just need to get a few heat races in and just build that momentum where everyone can settle down. And I got to say, sweet looking Bailey Ogilvy, Denny Cox outfit. That thing looks trick.
Yeah, Jeff Gardam and Bryce, they've done an excellent job there. It looks awesome.
This time, good launch again from Bond, Ogilvy and Denny Cox in that second spot. House and Wheeler in that third position. Nice little battle for the lead. Housey, extreme low line in that third position. Ogilvy looks racy right now, but
Yeah,
Hayden Bond has him covered.
Bailey's lining him up here.
Housey looks quick. Darren House looks very quick in that third spot. He's gathered him in. So House and Wheeler trying to get through to second. Hayden Bond, your leader. 1 to go. Battle is on for second. Bondy looks very good here. Tidy ride, Trent. I don't think you're surprised.
No, he's like I said, he's a smooth rider. Oh, Housey's come through. He's picked that point off of Bailey.
House and Wheeler get it. They picked up second. The boys from Broken Hill. She's only 3 hours down the road, Broken Hill. It's almost a suburb of Mildura, though. They won't tell you that. It's a different state. Good job, Hayden Bond.
Excellent ride by the boys.
007 does the job in heat number 2, brought to us by Currents Used Cars.
Really important point there by Housey as well on that last corner. You know, that could be the difference between tomorrow night or not.
How do you find the track right now?
Yeah, it's hardened up a bit. They must have hit the roller on it, but yeah, it looks good. It looks fast. There's still a lot of dirt there. It's it's got a lot of lines on it.
The Rockstar. He told me that anytime there's a lot of pink around on the bike, there's a lot of women that line up, and I'm just looking for evidence of that. We'll grab him. Brody, you made a comment on Facebook Live that anytime the pink bike is around, there's a huge line of women. I see one right now.
I'm seeing a lot of blokes.
Yeah, but you blokes are just strange. Have a look at them. It might be one, but it's the best one.
So let's take a look at your lineup. Aidan Pearce back from retirement, and Eli Bock, Hamish Golding and Liam Cox, Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell, Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon. Our first chance to have a look at Tyler Moon having a crack here, mate.
Yeah, this will be interesting. He's out of the white gate.
Mooney. Very distinctive green and gold Mitch chassis.
Also Hamish. I haven't seen him do very well around Mildura, but you know, most places he goes, he's a hard contender. He's hard to beat in Queensland.
Blue helmet colours, the blue and fluoro yellow. Local, originally from Broken Hill, now Mildura. Aidan Pearce and Eli Bock. We're good to go. Nice start from Moon.
Oh, Hamish gets
Moon to the top, rails it. Nice ride. Pearce and Bock back in that second spot. Good ride for them. Here comes that inside group. Black flag just then. Well, up the inside, Pearce and Bock looking very racy. In fact, they'll get the lead coming out of 4. So that puts Tyler Moon back to that second spot. STE Engineering, Prestos, hunting and shooting, bringing us this heat. Moon falling back in the clutches with 1 to go. Good ride from Aidan Pearce and Eli Bock right now.
Excellent ride by AJ. He just, bit of local track knowledge there, you know, he just kept it tight and he picked off Tyler there. Tyler pushed it wide and AJ took advantage.
Whoa, he nearly coughed it up.
Oh.
In the end, that was pretty close.
Great ride by AJ.
Tyler Moon did not want to give that up. Adam Lovell across the line in that second spot. Hamish Golding and Liam Cox. That's a good return to racing for them. They hung up the helmet last year, and they're back, and they got a lot of fan support here as well. Nice job. The Mildura Plaza Motor Inn, number 10. Qualifying heat number 4 to come. Rudloff and Morris, red helmet colours. Clay Hobbs, and we think it's Simon Cause. Max Howes and Riley Commons. And Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get a chance to see it, but when these kids from Broken Hill come out, the crowd erupts over on the backstretch. There must be 50 of them here from Broken Hill. So the Rudloff outfit arriving first. This one proudly brought to us by MG Simmons Scrap Metal and Recycling. Shane Rudloff and Scott Morris, Gate 1. Clay Hobbs, and we think it might be Simon Cause. We need to check that. Max Howes and Riley Commons, white helmet colours. And Kane Golding and Isaac Amos outside Gate 4. So bringing him in for heat number 4. KW Earth Moving and Concreting Aussie Sidecar Championship qualifying night. Right up against the wall. Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. Rudloff and Morris. Hobbs and Cause, I reckon it is. That distinctive race Kevlars of Causey. Let's see what House and Commons can do. They get the whole shot. This place will light up if they can get the job done here. Plenty of pressure. It comes from Rudloff and Morris. These teenagers from Broken Hill. Out in front right now. Solid ride. Rudloff and Morris in the second spot. What a dream start this would be for these teenagers out of Broken Hill. Rudloff and Morris right there with him. The kids look good. Past the fan club they run. Got nice momentum out of 4. Really good way to kick off the Aussie title.
Excellent ride by the boys.
What a confidence booster it'll be. Their fan club is about to go bananas, Trent. Checkered flag at the ready. Good job, Maxie House and Riley Commons.
Look, he said during the week he wanted to keep it smooth, and that was a smooth ride. The boys are looking hot.
This will be cool. They ride past the fan club, and you can hear them from here, Trent. And that's got to settle your nerves, just a little.
Yeah, they're looking fast. The boys are on song.
Game on, it says on the back.
Instead of
Riley
Brody
Commons.
Cohen, Kevlar's there.
Yes. He said if they go right, he's going to give them a set of pink ones, and they have to wear them. Good way to start things off for the boys. Classic sidecars out very soon. Rob Kemp and Jamie Knudsen. Chris and Brad Wakefield, blue helmet colours. Jake Zock and Brady Bowen, white helmet colours. Paul Nepsis and Naomi Bullock and John Atherton and Michael Bell. 5 classic sidecars. These things do sound good, don't they?
Oh, Kempy, he's done a few laps of a speedway track, I tell you.
They're just such an evil critter on their own. They barely stand up on their own, don't they? The weight bias is so pronounced. No protection at all for a passenger. Look at that, just an open tyre and wheel. Hey, if you got no BALL5s, don't show up.
I'm sure MA must cringe every time they see the classics.
It's a spirited demonstration.
Yes.
What are you talking about, Trent?
Oh, yeah. And these guys all just think it's a demonstration still.
How about the little windscreen as well, like the little dirt deflector that's on the front? Just mint.
I'm pretty sure Kempy put his sheep station up on this one.
What you're saying is it's going to go fairly hard. Is that what you mean?
No, not a lot. Demonstration.
Great to have Trent Headland in commentary. Expert comments tonight to put us behind the bars. And that that crackle, magnificent sound. Very much elbows up, these things. Just the 4 of them, actually. There were no lazy sidecar passengers in this day, mate. Oh, they sound mint. The Jap. Rob Kemp and Jamie Knudsen. Nice little battle going on with Chris and Brad Wakefield. I think it might be Paul Zemtis and Naomi Bullock. Big, heavy bikes. And they push. There wasn't such thing as a loose sidecar back in the day, was there?
No.
They're always heavy.
Kempy looks like he's having fun out there, though.
Good little battle. Atherton and Bell back in that second spot. Just that smell and that sound. First race for the classic sidecars tonight, brought to you by KW Earth Moving and Concreting. Look out. Good ride. Just. Kempy got in the win from Jamie Knudsen. How did I know the boys were going to steal the show?
Kempy keeps his station.
Until the next ride. That's good. Anytime you can ride these things back in the pits and have a beer at the end of the night, Trent, it's a good night.
That's right.
Love it. Paul Snadden and Greg Black will be up on our next classics. Gavin Murtagh and Simon Cause. Now, I reckon it was Causey out there before. He did have his gear on. And you know yourself, he's going to be in everything. Benny Rankin and Jack Buffin. Mark Bowen, Jared Woods, Glenn Hollis and John Wilcock. I know that Roger Wood's out there tonight tuning in to keep an eye on what's going on here tonight. Very proud of his nephew, Jared Woods, having a ride on the bike about to come out on screen.
I'll tell you what, Wade, you know, this crowd's that healthy. I think we're going to have trouble even hearing Causey over this crowd.
He'll give it a crack. Check for the riding leathers, the Kevlars. That's generally where you'll see if it is Causey. It's almost like the World Team Cup colours that he rides with, isn't it? No, I can't see him. I reckon he's graduated into the main program, mate. He might have ditched the classics. Oh, I can't see Causey on a bike there. I might be wrong. It just smells magnificent. Have a look at this thing hauling A55. Jake Zock and Brady Bowen. Holy cow, this thing is lit. Nice ride for our white helmet colours. In fact, it's Ben Rankin and Jack Buffin on it, pinned.
Old two-stroke.
It's getting around nicely. Ben Rankin and Jack Buffin. Was a very different riding style. Look at the elbows up. It's very broad across the shoulders. He's kicking this thing in. One lap to go. Wow, someone's on the limiter. And we got him down. It suddenly got a whole heap of revs. So Snadden and Black have gone down in turn 1 and 2. And they're awfully big, heavy bikes. Checkered flag will come out. And we'll edge closer to our McCartan Transport next heat, heat number 5 of the KW Earth Moving Australian Sidecar Championship qualifying night number 1. I reckon that we are looking down the barrel of the B final now for the Australian Junior Sidecar Speedway Championship. And Trent, we saw some great racing in the qualifying heats. So you've got the one bike. Now Brady Tickle, I would have thought would have been really close to go straight to the A. So that's how tough it's been. The West Aussies on that outside groove. Oh, nice racing. Round the outside, Fuster couldn't quite make it work. Gatesy through the middle. Caden Gates would love to hold on to a win here in the front of the hometown fans. Good little race, Trent.
Excellent race. Young Fuster just doesn't quite have the engine to go around the outside. That's a bit smarter.
Oh, and passenger down. So Tickle and Withers. So unfortunately, Mitch Withers coming off the bike, and this is where the referees will have to make a call on what happens here. That was a great race till that point.
Yeah, there just wasn't much room left on that corner. You know, all three of them were pretty tight in there. I don't think I'd call it a racing incident.
So in that regard, if it's a racing incident, does someone still have to get, or can you sometimes put them all back in?
Technically, yes. Like generally, look, again, it's up to the referee's discretion, but you know, there are a few laps in, so generally the cause of the incident needs to be excluded.
Which in that case, unfortunately, was the Tickle and Withers combination. So Caden Gates has to do this all again, facing up against the West Aussies. Of course, tomorrow night the juniors have their O'Brien Cup. So we'll bring them back to the tapes. Fuster and Grigson on the outside. White helmet colours. And little Harley Ackley hanging on the side of Caden Gates on the 50 bike. Restarts. Gates again good, but Fuster to the top. Can he make it stick? He had a look. Caden did a nice job to use up the racetrack there. I think Fuster's going to have to use the inside if he's going to get him at all, Trent.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the motor to go around the outside.
Oh, he's having a look now.
Ooh.
Gatesy gets a good run off the corner to get himself into the final. Can he hold on? Fuster again and Gregson. One to go. He's having a crack.
He is. He just doesn't quite have it. Here we go.
Oh, he's got him.
He's got it. He's
Can
just got to
Gatesy
hold
come
it.
back? Can Gatesy come back? He does.
He's got it. What a race.
And the crowd erupts here at Mildura. What a moment that is.
Excellent moment for the home track boys. Into the A main.
That's cool. That was a very, very good race. Officials both giving them high fives. And look at little Harley Ackley. The little bloke is pumped. We're in the final.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Fustas. He rode his heart out, but, you know, hats off to him, though.
Big smiles from everybody, and the crowd really appreciated it. That was just a ripper stoush.
It was a great race.
Fuster just ran a little bit wide coming out of 4 and lost that momentum.
Yeah, it's hard when you make those moves and you tuck in deep underneath like that. You need to be able to shut it off and turn to bring it back down on that pole line, because otherwise they're going to do the switch on you every day long.
A-main is going to come later on between the second and third group of heats for seniors. To the KW Concreting and Earth Moving Australian Sidecar Championship, and as you can see, there is a lot of people in this joint. Trent Headland joins me in commentary, and ripper crowd. We expected that though, night one only. Tomorrow night she's going to be standing room only, I reckon.
Yeah, excellent crowd. Lots of familiar faces out there, like people from far around Australia.
Now we're doing a bit of a guesstimate as to whether Neil Hancock and Tubbs Johnson will be replaced possibly by Connor and Ronnie Curran from Sebastopol in Victoria. I love this. You mentioned it before. Connor with Dad on the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's been a pairing like that before, but yeah, like I said, young Connor, he pedalled really good in juniors, and now he's shown what he's made of in the senior ranks. And they're not on the most desirable bike, but he gets around quite nice.
Been in the game for 30 years, has Ronnie Curran, as opposed to Connor in 7. The Cannonball frame. I don't think I've heard of too many Cannonballs.
Look, the Curran family, they go way back. They're pretty heavily in the road racing as well.
Now, mate, we've just graded the track. It'll happen after each group of heats. Does that just change the entire racetrack groove when we do that? Are any of the same grooves left before you grade, or is it a completely new racing surface?
Yeah, I did notice that they actually packed it a bit that round. I think they trying to take a bit of drive away from it. Obviously, it was we had a few incidents in that first one, so I think they're just trying to tighten it up a little bit. But we're just seeing young Connor is out as that reserve.
So let's have a look at this one. The 74 bike just rolling out right then. So you'll have Max Howes and Riley Commons after that ripping ride to win their first ride. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox will be out of gate 3. You've got Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell on the outside, and there's the Curran boys.
We've got a real race in our hands here between young Tyler, and we've got the House boys, and even young Bondi. Throw in young Connor.
Yeah, so
nothing to lose here.
The Currans are in to gate 2, and have a look. They're already pumped. Let's go. Good to go with heat number 5. Moon up against the wall. Bond out of gate 3. Beautiful run. Howes and Commons looking to make it 2 from 2. A lot of work to do yet. Bond and Cox giving them plenty. 1 down, 3 to go. These teenagers from Broken Hill
They don't waste any bike speed, do they? Now, we did hear a rumour. Brody Cohen give us the hot tip. They've got the good motor in.
Yeah, I think Dad give him the good motor, and he's looking like he's got a good race bike over it. He's looking smooth.
What a job this
Pretty nice. Yeah, it looks like Tyler's struggling a little bit here.
16 years of age, the rider. 17 years of age, the passenger. Checkered flag out. 2 from 2. This place will go spare.
Great ride by the boys.
What a way to kick the night off. 2 from 2.
Listen to the crowd.
What a great ride. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox solid. Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell. And brought into the mix, Connor and Ronnie Curran.
Great ride by the Broken Hill boys.
McCartan Transport bringing us that one. Let's have a look at heat number 7. We'll see Hamish Golding and Liam Cox, brought to you by Mackie Kitchens, Dave Bottrell and Darcy Ristrom, Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox. And we're hoping that Eric Melton will be back after that get off in the first ride with Kim Menadue. Heat 6 will see Causey, but he won't be the rider. He'll be the passenger with Clay Hobbs, AJ Pearce and Eli Bock. So there is Eli Bock and AJ Pearce just coming out now.
AJ had a great ride that first one. He picked them off and got the points.
So it was Hayden Bond before. It's now his dad Grant on the 27. Now, just watching, is it Golding and Cox with trouble with the bike? The red helmet colours to the infield. Pearce and Bock, a tremendous start with a good heat race win. Got the place all up and about, so they'd love to repeat this. How many laps do those two have done together when you think about it? Live and breathe the sport, don't they? And Darren House has been racy as well. Jack Wheeler on board. They were strong in their first heat. Didn't get the win, but they were racy.
Yeah, look, he sat in third the whole way, and he ended up getting under Bailey in that last corner and picked off that extra point. So he's got 2 points under his hat.
Now that's Causey there. This is not what you need.
A couple of issues.
Yeah, so Clay Hobbs and Simon Cors just trying to get this thing fired. And it's not going to. Oh, that's a shame. Any chance I get to see Causey doing something on a motorbike, I get around it. And Clay Hobbs too will be Devo.
Yeah, I know Clay had a few troubles with that bike before the Oceana, but he thought he had them sorted out. Maybe he's still got a couple of issues there.
So Darren House to the extreme outside. Yellow helmet colours. Grant Bond and Glenn Cox alongside. And AJ Pearce and Eli Bock, formerly of Broken Hill, now living in Mildura. Good launch from Bond. But Pearce, AJ did a nice job, but look at Bond.
Bondy.
AJ and Eli having a good look on the inside. Bond runs wide. Darren House and Jack Wheeler back in third. AJ trying to come back, but Grant Bond is very smooth. You think he's done this before?
Yeah.
Oh,
he's just mucked that corner up a bit there.
Big flame out for House. Grant Bond has them cleared. The visitmildura.com.au camera angle shows our number 27. AJ is not done yet though. We got 1 lap to run, but Bondy very rarely makes mistakes. Gee, how fit is Glenn Cox, mate? He's pretty agile, isn't he?
Must be the concreter in him.
Hard as nails. Checker flag is out. Well done. The Hunter Valley represent Grant Bond and Glenn Cox taking the win. AJ Pearson, Eli Bock in second, and unfortunately 2 DNFs, or 1 DNS and a DNF. That one brought to you by Gamworld Industries. Gee, AJ and Eli got some supporters here tonight.
Yeah, I think Housey will be kicking himself there. That was that could be a crucial point that he dropped. He just sort of messed up that turn 3-4 and put it infield.
3 points for the win, 2 points for second, 1 point for third, and the centre of a donut for fourth.
Moving back a few years ago, I actually struggled with the qualifiers because I tried to over-race sometimes, and, you need to play smart in these qualifiers. You just need to keep ticking over points, and sometimes if you're sitting in a lesser place, sometimes you just need to slow it down and finish the race. Finishing the race is the key in a qualifier. If you're not finishing and getting those points, it can really hurt you at the end of the night.
Dale Milner, Turf and Landscaping, bringing us this particular heat. Damien Nish and Mitch Spear, Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan. It's heat number 7, Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox. My mistake. Kim Menadue and Eric Melton. Gamworld Industries bring us heat number 7. That was Mackie Kitchens, heat number 6 we saw before. So Menadue, it's good that Melton has got back out there after falling off in that first heat. This thing was quick in gate 3 in our previous heat we saw tonight. Let's see what Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox can come up with. Golding and Cox yet to show their potential. It's only their second ride, but you don't get many tonight.
Yeah, we've got a Honda, a couple of Screamer Yamahas, and a crossplane in this one. It'll be interesting to see which one sort of shines.
Fair gap between gate 2 and gate 3. Everybody's either down the bottom or on the outside. No one wants to be in the middle. Oh, that thing just turned hard right when it launched. That cost them an enormous amount of ground. Nice little battle for the lead here. Hamish Golding and Liam Cox under some pressure, but have opened up a nice little buffer into 1 and 2. Back in that second spot, Shane Rudloff and Scott Morris. And you go back to Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox in that third position. So right now it's all Hamish Golding and Liam Cox for Gamworld Industries. Smooth ride. This is qualifying night for tomorrow's big championship night. Top 6 riders or top 6 outfits go forward to tomorrow night. Solid job for Hamish Golding and Liam Cox.
Yeah, it's a great ride by Hamish.
Solid ride for Shane Rudloff and Scott Morris. Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox picking up the solitary point. And we're commentating not far from Hamish's mum, and she's going off like a frog in a sock. Good on you, mum.
Liam just gives Hamish a pat on the back there. Look, Shane Rudloff, he's another one. He's been around for a long time. He swung for a lot of years and for a lot of top riders as well. So, yeah, he only jumped on the bars a few years ago, but yeah, he pedals well.
I had a question earlier from Darren Disbury about rough costings for a junior sidecar, and you said it depends on engines that you put into them.
Yeah.
But what kind of money roughly?
Look, I'd say around the $6,000 mark. Like that's a pretty fair. Like I don't know. We used a lot of spare stuff from the seniors to build the juniors, and it kept the cost down on them. But yeah, the motors are expensive. Unlike the seniors, you know, the road bikes seem to crash a lot, and there seems to be more of an abundance of motors. Where the motocross motors that they use in the juniors, they blow the motors up all the time. So there's abundance of frames but no motors. So you pretty much got to buy a whole motocross bike to pull the motor out of and then scrap off to build a junior bike. So yeah, gets a little bit difficult. And when you're talking about building them, it's only a little bit of length of tube here and there that's different to building a senior. So, yeah, they're up there on par with building a senior.
Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan had a Barry Crocker in their first one, didn't even get off the line. So let's hope that situation is changed dramatically in this one. Damien Niche and Mitch Spear, red helmet colours. Sylvie and Egan out of gate 2, Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon, white helmet colours, and Kane Golding and Isaac Amos up against the wall, gate 4. Brought to us by Dale Milner, Turf and Landscaping. STE Engineering bring us the next one. Track is fast tonight. Plenty of dirt to work with. Gate 1, you'd have to think will be pretty stout here. Niche and Spear. Gate 1 and Gate 4 seem to be the quickest places to get out of the hole just then. And nice ride for Damien Niche and Mitch Spear. They lead down into turn 3. But a fair bit of pressure from that Gate 4 position. Kane Golding and Isaac Amos.
Yeah, it's another young lad that's doing quite well. He's pretty much a rookie, and he's riding the ex-Mark Drew bike, and he's doing well.
Oh, nice little battle looming for second spot. Who wants to pick up that extra 2 points out of this? Nobody's catching these guys. Very nice ride. Look pretty composed. They spread out just a little bit. Now that battle for that final spot between Sylvie and Egan and Cock and McMahon. That's a solid ride. What a way to kick things off in your second group of heats. Checkers are out.
Oh. There's a passenger of young Kane Golding there coming off.
If you cross the line, do you still get the spot?
Nah, you need your passenger.
If the passenger had crossed the line somehow? No.
I know how that works. Run, boy, run.
Especially within 5 metres of the finish line. That'd make you filthy.
Referee's giving him the black flag. That was a good ride by Niche and Spear there. Nice and smooth, looks fast and tidy. Nishi seemed to gate a lot better in that one. He struggled in the first one. He was raring up, but yeah, he got a good gate and good gear change.
You can see how much dirt there is on the track tonight, because occasionally the boys get stuck trying to get the bike back into the pits. STE Engineering will bring us your classic sidecars for their third heat. Paul Nemesis and Naomi Bullock, Paul Snadden and Greg Black, Johnny Atherton and Michael Bell, Ben Rankin and Jack Buffin, Gavin Murtock, and it's not Simon Coors. We know that much. Not sure who the replacement is. Ah, that sound. Got a real crackle. 2 heats of classic sidecars. We'll do a bit of track work after this and move into the third heat for qualifying for KW Concreting and Earth Moving. Okay, girls holding the boards up. Raising the boards and perhaps some expectation from a few of our viewers. Now Kempy is in this one, gate 2. Has he put the sheep station back on this one?
Let's see.
Problem for the white helmet colours here. Johnny Atherton and Michael Bell.
Struggling to get a gear, I think. Look at that.
The boys just saying, just settle. We're not going just yet. Now is it locked in? Just the 3 outfits. Classic sidecars, and oh, they all popped them up there. Monster wheelies. There's a bit of traction out there.
Look, they're lucky they don't have seats that cover the back end, otherwise they all would have ripped them out.
Oh, this is the bit where you worry when someone's looking down, but at least 2 of them have gotten through that. Damn, those things just took off. Atherton and Bell, your leaders. And the Red helmet colours. I think it's Nemesis and Bullock, Naomi Bullock. Or is it Kempy in second?
Kempy's in second.
Yeah, right. A lot of smoke. Should we be worried? Oh. Doesn't sound well.
I think Kempy's worried he's going to lose his sheep station.
I don't think anybody told him you put the sheep station on it.
He's still pushing the old girl.
Classic sidecars. It started off in spectacular fashion. I'm just glad everybody survived. STE Engineering bring us classic sidecars, Heat 3.
He's a rough
Heat
character,
4
this bloke.
to come surely. Good chance to talk to him about stuff though.
So, Jesse Headland, you're prepped for the weekend, mate?
Yeah, feeling quietly confident at the moment. Worked out a few things with the bike and changed a little bit of setup, and yeah, feeling really good for it.
Do you reckon Brady's got what it takes to take it out?
I think we've got what it takes to take anyone on, and they better all look out.
Excellent. You look good out there in practice. The track looked like it had plenty on it, just how we like it.
Oh, bloody oath. It's nothing better than a drivey track.
It must be a thing between you two about driving tracks. He's been spewing all night that he's not out there doing it, so...
Good talking to you, Jess, and good luck for tomorrow night.
Cheers, bro.
A little bit of Headland Brother action here as we get set for the next round of the classic sidecars before the Sunrise Ag track grooming, and then we go into Heat 3, or the third group of heats for qualifying. Full grid on this one.
That's a smoother launch. Not quite so raw.
Get away.
So, Matt Bowen and Jared Woods. This track is really nice right now.
Yeah, it's
Do
really
they have to grade it? Neat little battle going on for second. Kemp and Knudsen, Hollis and Wilcock, Zock and Bowen, and Chris and Brad Wakefield. So red helmet colours of Matt Bowen and Jared Woods. These guys impressed me the last time out too. They really don't lift. Man, anytime you put on the trailer and have a beer later, it's been a good night. I don't care what you say, Trent.
That's right. That's what it's all about.
Having a good time with the boys. The Kawasaki has them covered. Checkered flag is out. So nice job from Mark Bowen and Jared Woods, Hollis and Wilcock, also Kemp and Knudsen. Sunrise Ag track grooming coming up next, and then we get into the third round of heats for qualifying night here for the KW Earthmoving and Concreting Aussie Sidecar title. Of the Australian Junior Sidecar Speedway Championship, Treloar and Mitchell, Milner and Niche, and Gates and Ackley to the extreme left. Who's your money on, Trent?
This is what it's all about. Oh, I think Jake's going to be hard to beat, but Jackson's not going to let him.
Oh, Milner got a beauty. Critical start right then. Jake's going to have to work really hard here. Gets in. Oh, my goodness.
I think Jake might pay for that.
Well, he realised suddenly he was going to have to put the pressure on, but is that too much?
We've seen the red light, the red tower light is on.
Oh. So Jake Treloar is excluded and is livid.
Jake is going
You
to be
can see him down there with the
devastated.
officials.
And what I can see on the tower,
So you can see Jake, he's a big boy when you look at it like that. So Jake not happy at all. Darren coming out. This is, regardless, this is heartbreaking if he's excluded because Trent, as you know, it was his last chance to get this title. So Jake Treloar is irate, and it's just frustration, really, isn't it? Knowing that that's his last chance at an Aussie title right there.
at the moment, the city
Yeah,
in
look,
the hands
in these times, you know, there's a lot of adrenaline, and
waiting patiently. I can see the guys.
the thing I can say is you never change their mind.
Yeah.
So
And you see the experience of Darren just taking the bike and let's go. Like
knows.
he knew that wasn't going to change. And he would know. He would feel that frustration for his boy, there's no doubt.
it's going to hurt Jake, but you know, it's a good. You just got to look at it as a learning.
So a pair of Mildura kids here having at it for the Aussie title. Jacko Milner
Yeah, well, this definitely makes it a bit easier for him, but
and Caden Gates.
Can young Caden make a bit of an upset here? I
Really,
think he's got it in him.
what put the pressure on Jake definitely was that ripping start from Jacko. He
definitely.
really did put that pressure on.
Yeah, Jack maybe could have held off a lap or a corner and just.
The fans are giving the presentation stage guys heaps here because they're blocking the view of the punters as they
Nicely done, guys.
put the trailer down. There's a lot of emotion here at Olympic Park, and they almost have to roll the quad over to do it. Here we go. Milner v. Gates. Oh, look at Gatesy. Had a good crack at Jacko Milner. What can Caden Gates do?
He's sticking with him. He's just got to ride smart here.
He's got to be close enough to capitalise if he gets a chance at it. Still nothing in it. We're halfway there. Jacko Milner. Adam Niche runs a little wide, but he got good momentum there. Gates is keeping it nice and straight, but he's going to have a crack now. One to go. Running a bit wide. Caden having a good look. Jacko Milner and Adam Niche, the Australian Sidecar Junior Champions.
Well done, boys.
And this place just lit up. Caden Gates and Harley Ackley, great job. Good result for a great little team.
Excellent racing from all the juniors tonight. It's been some exciting racing.
Yeah, good result. Heartbreak for Jake Treloar. Your heart really goes out to him. He had to put the pressure on. And officials saying the contact was a little too heavy and excluded, but
Look, he did move him off his line. It's hard in juniors. We're on a tight track and there's not much room out there, but you know, the rule is you can move someone out, but you can't push them off their line, and he definitely pushed him off his line. It's unfortunate, you know. Maybe Jake should have waited just another corner.
he was rushed, wasn't he? He certainly was rushed because he could feel like, I can't let Jacko get too far in front. I'll have a crack in turn 3. It's a tough game, motor racing and sidecars in particular, Trent. You know that.
I'll tell you, there's one person that you never beat, and that's the referee.
A lot of happy faces down there, and the Milner family heavily involved. There's Mum making her way out through the centre there as well. And big community of junior speedway here in Mildura, and that's a tremendous result.
A lot of champions have come from that junior track.
He's got to make a choice. Does he want to stay in sidecars or stick with solos? Because he's pretty good on both, Trent. There's a little Ackley. He's a little unit, but he's a tough little bloke. That's good stuff.
Young Tyler Badham, he's a character.
Yeah, absolutely. The Niche family, it's a win for them as well because a great result. Very, very talented pairing those two.
I'll tell you what, a few of these boys can ride a motocross bike too.
There is Chloe Ackley just squeezing through, and there's a hug from Mum. Proud Mum right there. Very proud parents, the Milners. And this boy has quite a few options motorbike-wise. He's very good on dirt track. Good result for the young fella. Track being graded, this Sunrise Ag grading right now. And we'll come back with the third group of heats. Well, we do the presentations here very shortly for the juniors.
No one goes further than ATPI to get our customers and understand what you need. We know that different people in different roles, in different industries, need different things. And you want a specialist to deliver what really matters. We're on call at any time, getting your teams almost anywhere. Through our group of specialist businesses, no one goes further than ATPI to get our...
Adam Fuster and Thomas Grigson there, 4th place in the Aussie title. Big effort to come from Western Australia.
Well done, fellas.
And just getting the sashes. It's Neil Hancock down there handing out the sashes, I think. Big effort to come across the Nullarbor for this.
Great family. Yeah, they have a lot to do with Pinjar.
And Jeff Bishop for supporting us, and Mum and Dad. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good job, boys.
Well done, boys. Third tonight, please make them welcome Jake Trelaw and Isaac Mitchell.
Yeah, young Jakey's having to come out. A pretty tough moment for him here. Isaac Mitchell is out there, right there, and that's got a sting for Jake, but if he can take that disappointment and turn it into an Aussie title in the seniors one day and look back on this moment, you can see the body language. He's obviously gutted. Well, he did that well because he's clearly gutted, mate.
Yeah, it's tough to swallow.
So he basically thanked Isaac, his passenger, thanked the other riders and his sponsors, and very emotional young man right now.
Okay, we'll move on to
That's hard, man. That burns, doesn't it? Great job for this team. Little Harley Ackley.
He's a character.
Like a little ruck rover compared to Caden, who's towers over him. Great result for the family. The Gates family and the Ackleys together.
Chance to have a chat now, buddy.
The Gates family aren't sitting too far from us here. Very popular result.
Thank Mum and Dad and Harley for jumping on.
I want to thank Harley for jumping on.
I think Harley looks like a Simon Cause. He's a character.
What did Harley ever do to you, mate?
No, he's a good lad.
So he's thanked his mum and his dad and his big sister. Now, not many little brothers want to thank their big sister, so he's done that well. There's Gator, just giving... I think he just said you forgot to thank someone, I reckon. Yeah. You see Gator said, don't forget. Well, what a moment for Jacko Milner and Adam Nish.
Champions now for 2021 for the Australian Junior Sidecar title, Jackson Milner and Adam Nish.
That's cool. Darren Chalor's the guy handing out the trophies for this.
Yeah,
That's
rightly
cool.
so.
That is cool. What a moment for this young team.
Popping here, Jackson.
What does he do? Does he stay with the sidecars or go solos? I know what you do.
But, you know, it's a tough slog. We've had all
Where's the money at?
and the junior racing tonight, I can tell you.
Solos.
Absolutely exceptional.
Sorry.
If I was to do it again, I'd probably go the other way.
Great racing tonight, everyone, yeah? Absolutely. Some people you'd like to thank, I would think.
Yeah, I'd like to thank massive shout out Jack Smith for the bike, Mitch Spear, Damien Nish for the bike, Steve for the help, Jason for the help, Dad for the help, just everyone who's helped us out. Adam for always getting on the back and always wanting to do it and getting me stirred up for the night to get ready, a bit tired for the night, but it is what it is. Thanks to
Don't forget, we've got another night tomorrow night.
Good track.
Got the O'Brien Cup tomorrow, so Jake Jalor. He's got a night to stew on this, and he'll come back. I know it's not the Aussie title, but you know what? He gets another crack.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. Dad, Mum, Steve, my
Gee, Nishi, very well spoken, this young bloke.
Jake, Jalor, Gatesy, sisters, come down from WA, big job, it was worth it. Yeah.
Well done.
Hopefully we can do it again next year.
Good job, Nishi. Very nice. Very good speech. I don't know if you heard that back home, but that was a classy speech.
The place getters from first to fourth for the 2021 Australian Junior Sidecar Championships. Put your hands together for them.
Well, there's your podium.
These are the stars of tomorrow.
Will it look like that tomorrow for the O'Brien Cup? Good job to all the kids. We'll take a break and come back. Seniors for their third round of heat shortly.
They've certainly put on a brilliant show tonight. Let's hear it for them. Make some noise, Mildura. So Damien, great racing tonight in our junior sidecar division, and as I said,
We're about to commence round 3 of the KW Earth Moving and Concreting Australian Sidecar Championship. Heat 9 will see red helmet colours, Gate 1, Darren House and Jack Wheeler. Blue helmet colours, Gate 2, Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. It will be the Curran boys who will pick up white helmet colours, Gate 3. There's Neil Hancock and Brendan Johnson, unfortunately, are missing from action after that big get-off in their opening heat. Hamish Golding and Liam Cox will Gate 4, yellow helmet colours, that's in Heat 9. Heat 10, Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter, Hayden Bond and Brady Cox, Dave Bottrell and Darcy Ristrom. Grant Bond and Glenn Cox, yellow helmet colours, that's in Heat number 10. Who's been your pick so far? I mean, these kids, they're going to line up in red, looking for 3 heat wins in a row. Maxie House and Riley Commons have been one of the big talking points.
Yeah, like Max and Riley, they're looking smooth, they're looking fast and hungry. Who else? AJ Pearce doing quite well.
Yeah, he's been a surprise back, hasn't he? Yeah. And has had a lot of local fan support too. Trent, like every time he's been around and up and about, the crowd's been right behind him.
TBI Industries bring us the next round of our...
So this is heat number 9.
So thank you very much for your involvement here.
Darren House hoping to step it up a bit like his nephew has so far tonight.
Number 13 on our card tonight.
Yeah, Housey, Darren House, he threw that last race. He cost himself a point, so he really needs to get a win or at least a second here just to get some points back on the board.
So up they come. This is heat number 9. Darren House and Jack Wheeler, red helmet colours.
Blue helmet colours, Kane Golding and Isaac Amos, gate 2. The Curran boys, gate 3. And Hamish Golding and Liam Cox. And Hamish's mum sitting up to the left of us. You'll be fine, Hamish. You'll be fine. She's holding on awfully tight. Yeah, a little bit of gardening just going on here. Hamish starting out of that gate 4. With yet another Cox on board. Are we good to go?
Another one. Kane Golding had a DNF in that last one as well, so he really needs the points in this one.
All right, good to go. Heat number 9. Very even launch.
Excellent start by Kane Golding.
Ripping start for Golding. Aced them. Nice little lead. Still contact back there for third. The Curran boys. But right now, your leaders doing a nice job of it. Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. Hamish Golding and Liam Cox as well, but it's blue helmet colours. Kane Golding and Amos. Back in second, it's Darren House and Jack Wheeler, our leaders. Very wide out of turn number 4 then. Almost opened up the door. Oh man, that bike is a handful right now, Trent. I mean, it's quick, but it's a handful.
Yeah, he's probably just riding a little bit aggressive.
It's opened up the door a couple of times, but will get the win. Good ride in the end to hang on.
Look, good points. He needed those points, but he really needs to settle that down. You know, he gets in some good company. He could find himself in a bit of trouble doing that.
Thumbs up to the fans, the SA combination. A little tap on the leg, and you just have to keep geeing each other up, don't you? Hey, we did a good job. Good job. Because confidence is going to be a massive thing in this sport, Trent.
Oh, definitely. It can change a lot of things.
We're going to take a look at qualifying heat number 10. Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox. So, interesting too, there's a difference in our readout for this as well, because we saw Mark Mitchell's name being mentioned, and I don't think we have cited him in that spot. So I think it's Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox, Dave Bottrell and Darcy Ristrom, and Grant Bond and Glenn Cox. So first time that Glenn and Hayden have met, and I've got to say Hayden's had good speed, and hey, so is Grant.
They both have, yeah. It'll be an interesting race. Hayden's got the lower line, so we'll see if he takes Dad to the boards.
Oh, he wouldn't do that, would he? Hey?
No.
They're pretty quiet. They're pretty quiet people, the Bonds. All right, time to get underway. LCR bringing us heat number 10, 007. Hayden Bond, Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon. Waiting for Grant Bond, the Rudloff and Scott team out of gate 3.
Don't ride off Rudloff here either. He's a hard charger.
Good launch by both the Bond boys. Side by side here. Look at this. He just rails by on the inside of his kid.
Watch this, son. This is how it's done.
Well, that just answered the question. Rudloff back in that third position. Grant Bond. This will be his second win of the night if he can hold on. The boys look good on that 27 bike. Son Hayden in that second spot. Rudloff running a little wide just then. But what a ride from the Bonds, running 1 and 2 here at Olympic Park Speedway, Mildura. Sidecar racing is a family sport. It's never clearer than it is right now. Oh, geez, Hayden.
Yeah, just getting a little bit untidy coming out there.
007 bike was a little ill-mannered. Oh, no!
Bondy's blown a motor.
Grant has just blown that engine. Is he going to get there? And his son goes ripping by. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
That's not good at all.
Oh, that's just heartbreaking.
I hope Bondi's got a spare because that's nights out for that bike.
Man, he was on his way to a certain qualifier, you would have to think, for tomorrow night. And Hayden will take the win, but he won't take it thinking, yes, we got the win. He'll be just as devastated for Dad.
It looks and smells expensive.
Heat number 11 about to come our way. Brian Sylvie and Damon Egan. Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell. Blue helmet colours, gate 2. 3, it's Kim Menadue and Eric Melton. A Gawler connection there. Chippies, these guys, Carpenters. And I think it is actually Clay and Simon. Yellow helmet colours on the 14 bike. So that's heat number 11. Heat 12 still to come. Another round of heats after that. Cool conditions. Mostly good for horsepower, except for Grant just then. It's definitely chilled off. There's Causey. There's a guy that would have fun at a tax convention, Simon Cause. There's always a party going on inside those Kevlars. I want to see them get up and get a good result because he goes off.
Do you reckon he'd be throwing high fives at a tax convention?
I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would. Slapping people on the head. Shake and bake, baby. You need guys like that.
Sometimes.
Trent, what are you saying? Have a look at him. What a unit. Oh, they were just checking turn 3 for scattered bits and pieces, unfortunately, off the 27 bike. So
Tyler looked like he struggled in his last race, so it'll be interesting to see how he recovers from that.
So Sylvie and Egan, Tyler Moon, as you said, he's due. He's due for a good result. This could be the one to do it.
He actually needs some points.
Now Clay Hobbs and Simon Cause. Remember, they didn't even get to start the previous one. They're into second. Moon is your leader. Oh, man, that was close into turn 3. The Moon bike doesn't sound good at all to me, Trent. It sounds really flat.
I think that's Hobbsy's. It was just...
I think you're right, actually. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, going off. It sounds like it's running out of fuel.
Be good to see Tyler Moon score a win here. Yeah, you're right. It sounds awful, doesn't it? The Clay Hobbs, Simon Cause bike. Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell got them covered just at the moment. Hey, good to see Sylvie putting in a nice ride here with Ego.
Yeah, he's just chipping away. He's actually peeling Tyler in here. Tyler's got to be careful because Brian's going to probably pip him for that point.
Checkered flag, they're ready for Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell. Tyler has a bit of a look over his right shoulder. And a wheelie. That's a confidence-building result. They needed that earlier.
He definitely needed that, but again, he just didn't look as fast as what he probably needs to be. He's lacking something there. I'm sure they'll go back to the pits and try something different.
2 points for Brian Sivvy.
You can see him just talking to Adam there about a bit of strategy. He doesn't seem real happy.
Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan picking up 2 valuable points. It's been a pretty quiet night for them with that unfortunate DNS in the very first ride. So that's a better result for them. Now this will be interesting. Heat number 12. Now you got AJ Pearce and Eli Bock who've had a win. You've got Damien Niche who's had a win. And you got Maxie House and Riley Commons who are looking at a hat trick. Yeah. Rolling up here as well. Plus Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox. For my money, this is the heat of the night so far.
Yeah, look, even Bailey sort of missed the gate in that last one, but he reeled him back in. He wasn't far off the pace. He got a third, but, you know, from almost stalling at the line and then catching him back up, he did have pace. So it's going to be a cracker race.
There is Eli Bock about to do the gardening. This is going to be a beauty. Denny Cox quickly over there to pack down a bit of a groove in gate 4. Is it possible to bang 3 in a row in the hole in your debut for an Australian Senior Sidecar Championship? Max House and Riley Commons, Damien Niche and Mitch Spear. And Niche had good speed in that previous win, so this is probably the most even launch I think we've had.
I'm pretty sure if House pulls this one off, we're going to hear about it on the back straight, I tell you.
There is Riley Commons just on that right shot just then. Interesting little chat there with Mitch Spear saying to Nishi, put it here. Let's get this done. Probably the most even heat race we've had so far on paper. Let's see if these kids from Broken Hill can continue this unbeaten run. Niche and Spear, extreme outside, Pearson Bock. They've done it again, good launch.
AJ's coming around the
Pearson
outside.
Bock, Niche and Spear. And have a look at this. House and Commons looking again. This time they get shuffled back to second. This will be a test now, Trent.
This will. See how he recovers here.
Whoa, he did it beautifully. That was a precision pass, Trent.
Beautiful ride.
Barely put a fairing on him. Claimed the spot, rode through. This is a mature ride.
Nishi's hunting down though, he's got to be careful.
Niche and Spear, not done yet. We got one lap to run. Gee, they look good. Can they hold this one on? Niche and Spear's closing.
What a ride. Can't even call it.
Waiting to hear who got it. They got it. Wow. Maxie House and Riley Commons get 3 from 3. And the fan club go off. Even Brody Cohen's up and about.
I think the grandstand on the back straight just did a backflip.
The maturity from that ride, because that was the test, right?
That was a really clean pass.
Exciting stuff. What a dream run on night one of the Aussies. Classic sidecars to come out in a moment. Park Douglas print. Brooks Real Refrigeration and Air Conditioners. G&T Schnitzel's Bar in Merbeen. You need to get a palmy out at the G&T, mate, in Merbeen.
Pretty good.
It's the go, mate. There's about 40 different varieties. That was our final group of heats. Classic sidecars to come shortly. John Atherton and Michael Bell, Glenn Hollis and John Wilcock, Rob Kemp and Jamie Knudsen, Paul Snadden and Greg Black, Paul Nepsis and Naomi Bullock. Classic sidecars for their next ride. Brought to us by CPM. Oh, look out. Not an ideal launch. This may take a little bit of time to get sorted. Take a quick break and come back with the restart on this one.
CPM building contractors bringing us this resumption of hostilities for the classic sidecars. John Atherton and Michael Bell. Have we had a exclusion? No, everybody back in, I think. Some very tall people from Townsville in our way at the moment. I love the way when you start, you put your arm over the top of your rider and you just hang on around his neck. That's the way you launch these things.
To hold on to on those old ones.
That windscreen's got to be doing some work at Dirty Flector. Does that look like fun to you? Yeah. You hesitated, Trent. Wait, look out. We ended up in the centre there, big time.
Look, I'm not a fan of understeer. These things seem to understeer a little.
Rob Kemp and Jamie Knudsen, the white helmet colours. That wasn't understeer, that was racing back in the day, right? You didn't have much oppie lock, you just had to ride the push, didn't you?
I suppose, you know, the old saying, keep your wheels in line, you go fast.
The Jap sounds absolutely mint as well, even under idle. They've been good, these boys. Next heat to come. You got to be happy with the way the surface has held up too, Trent. I mean, it's a cooler night, it's not like summer. There's definitely cooler conditions, hasn't hurt, has it?
Yeah, look, I actually thought it was going to chop up a bit more than it has, but I think they caught it in that first round by just hitting it with the roller a bit. It's definitely firmed up a bit. There's still some dirt there.
Take the goggles off as quick as you can, get a bit of cool air inside the helmet.
Kempy seems to have sorted it from last time. It was not blowing smoke this time. It was running a lot better.
Chris and Brad Wakefield, Matt Bowen, Jared Woods, Jake Zock, Brady Bowen, Gavin Murtaugh, Benny Rankin and Jack Buffin due to come out for their next run before we do our next Sunrise Ag track grooming.
He has muscled those things around here for so many years, and he still comes back and just keeps riding it and riding it.
Out they come for their next ride. There's nowhere comfortable to sit. I don't care what you tell me.
Although these guys they look like they got a padded seat. What's that?
Mate, only one of them's got a padded seat. Only one of them. That's Gavin Murtaugh, I think, in Gate 4. Last ride for these guys before we do our track grading. So you got Jesse Headland, you got Brody Cohen, you got Mark Playstead, all behaving themselves near the bar. Or most of them are.
It's hard to believe, really, isn't it?
Well, that's committed, right?
There
Committed.
must be a race meeting tomorrow.
That would be the only reason. Man, this is almost a ring in to the far right. Bit of low liner action thrown in for good measure. Oh, and the most recent didn't get off the line.
Giving a bit of a handicap.
Oh, jeez. This guy has been good all night.
Oh, water bottle.
Yes. Just a constant push, a little bit loose off that turn. Oh, yeah. See, there you go. You just got to stay committed to the concept, don't you? But I don't imagine that lifting is going to help. Neat little battle going on for second place. This is Mark Bowen and Jared Woods. They have been pretty well unstoppable tonight on that 41, the Kawasaki. Oh, very, very wide in that battle for second. One lap to go. Oh. Bowen and Woods. Hope Roger's enjoying the coverage tonight. Neat little battle for second and third respectively. Chris and Brad Wakefield and Jake Zock and Brady Bowen. wraps us up. Track maintenance to come for Sunrise Ag, and we'll be back with the next heat brought to us by G&T Schnitzels.
Pearson Eli having a ripping event with 6 points so far. Hamish Golding and Liam Cox. And you go back to 8. I love it. It's a really noisy bunch down there at turn number 3. If we happen to see, if I said Hamish Golding and Liam Cox, it's almost like the place goes off and down that corner. So Grant Bond and Glenn Cox down in 8th after that critical engine blow that cost them points.
Not sure if Grant's got a spare bike out there, but yeah, that's going to hurt. Hopefully he can get back down and get some points.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's keep the motors running. Moving into our next group of heats right now. Heat number 13.
All ready for heat number 13 now, which takes us into the 4th round of racing here at Olympic Park this weekend. Obviously, our qualifying night tonight means that we somehow have to carve 16 riders into 6 pairings that we'll run with. In this one, we find Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox out of the red, Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter out of the blue, the white of Claus and Dywell. Currently 2 on the line at the moment. Mitchell and Carter in the blue, and the red on the inside of Ogilvie and Cox. Gates are still open with 1 more to travel, or 1 more to come. And this one proudly brought to us by the team at G&T Schnitzels and G&T Bar at Merbeam. Thank you very much to Trav Lindsay and the team there for their involvement with their sponsorship to this one tonight. Boys are backing around. The Currans on their way, of course. The reserve rider obviously taking the place of Hancock and Johnson. So the Currans move into yellow.
2 minutes in back gates. Looking like they're going to close. So let's have a look at this little group. 3 of the 4. Heat number 13 on the KWF concrete Sidecar.
Away we go with the heat tonight as Curran drags behind, but front of the field, Ogilvie tips into the turn, drags it through for the completion of the first one. Nice and tight in the second and third now. Points mean everything. Curran's moving right up and against them as they push back down to the front of the field though. Ogilvie looking solid at the front, making it look pretty solid now as he pushes through. Cox moving through beautifully in second. Down in deep they go again. And another lap drop through. 1 to travel now for Ogilvie. Cox behind them, still pushing and trying to close the gap. Wide open though. It'll be Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox that'll grab the win.
Trying to squeeze every last bit out of it. Come on, Mildura.
And a beautiful rider behind there for Cock and McMahon with the Currans for third. So they grab a point.
0.2 the time. Nathan Cock was actually the quickest outfit out there with a 15.512. Good to see Connor Curran up and about in that little battle as well. But that's a confidence boost as a result. Albeit late in the event for Bailey Ogilvie.
Really needed those points.
So really some points needed for the guys there. Ogilvie really required those.
So 3 into the bank for him will make it even better for them now to try and pull their scores together as we move on to what will be our next heat shortly. The Integration Edge, our next sponsor for heat number 14 tonight.
And looking down the barrel at 4 consecutive. Come on, Broken Hill, how about some noise out there?
It looks like we've got Grant Bond out on the jet.
So it looks like Bond and Cox out there now.
Excellent to see. We can actually, hopefully Grant can pick up some more points and pull it through.
Hamish Golding out there as well and has had some speed at times. A very passionate little group of supporters at this place.
Gate closing with only the competitors now waiting to take on the next one tonight.
Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan, white helmet colours, gate 3. Max House and Riley Commons, gate 2. Very funny interview with the boys last night on Facebook Live when I asked Riley Commons, what do you think when you get out there? He said, I look to the right, I look to the left.
Bond and Cox from the front. Howes and Commons from blue. Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan will run for the white. And Golding and Cox were to take part in this one. But a no-show there.
Haven't we seen some ripping racing tonight, folks, from both the kids and the seniors? Tomorrow night is just mouth-watering, Trent. Oh, man. That is a shame. So Bondi out. 3 bikes left in this
So
one.
Bond not taking part in this one. 3 left in it. So it'll be Howes and Commons, Sylvian Egan, and Golding and Cox. So Howes and Commons front. Sylvie fires through, but it's the blue. Howes and Commons front and centre, doing it beautifully as they crank through the loose dirt. What the travel as the white of Sylvie and Egan making solid ground now to keep the extra point that they need for 2. And it's a beautiful ride for the pairing of Howes and Commons who grabbed the 3. A beautiful run for them from the white of Sylvie and Egan. 2 points for them, very valuable indeed.
They bring together, of course, in juniors, the dads, you heard Danny and Johnny Contract talk about it before. Uncle Darren's even going to be standing back going, dude, slow down. You're making me look bad. A lot of fan support here.
Damien, looking at the next one, we've got Menadue and Amos.
Shane Golding and Isaac Amos, red helmet colours, take wide. Now, Kim Menadue and Eric Melton actually missed the call on their previous rides. I'm not sure if they'll come out.
So Damien, we're currently looking at Heat 15, Event 21 tonight, proudly brought to us by Transcool. In this one we find the pairing of Golding and Amos.
Big heat for them too, John, and of course another big heat for Hayden Bond and Brady Cox.
Correct.
And also AJ Pearce, no low box somewhere around the mark.
They certainly have been pretty solid tonight as well. I can say that great crowd support for Pearce and Bock here tonight. All 3 of those outfits now really looking to try and grab more points to get themselves in front. You can see Pearce and Cox there at the moment.
It makes it hard, John. We're into round 4. Points start to become like gold from round 2. But there's a really, really big heat for AJ Pearce and Eli Bock from gate 3. They need 3 points here. And so does Hayden Bond and Brady Cox to keep them in line we got to remember, only 6 go through out of this 16, and it's starting to get towards the pointy end of the whole night.
The hard part about this too, Damien, is that there's quite a few points that have been already secured by the guys already through the night tonight. But the problem you have is you cannot drop them. You cannot drop what you've got so far, and you've just got to keep consolidating. Some of the guys have got a pretty reasonable cachet. Some now are fighting. They know they've got to fight for the points now.
And now here's this typical heat. John Kane Golding and Isaac Amos from 1 could be the point they're looking for.
Correct. Here we go. Great start out of the gates. And it is the red of Golding and Amos. Way out of the loose stuff into the now. They are into the hot track now. Centre and going for it. Great move up the inside and the white from Pearce and Block. Beautiful drive into the turn now for our lead riders in Golding and Amos.
He's ridden well tonight, Kane Golding. He's doing likewise here. This battle's really starting to brew up for second between Bond and Cox, Pearce and Bock.
And we've spoken about it throughout the night tonight, how that last set of points at the rear of the field is so important. It's the difference between a single point and doubling them up and being 2.
Only a lap left, John. I think Hayden Bond and Brady Cox might have second spot at the moment. But Kane Golding and Isaac Amos have ridden really well all evening.
And they deserve the points that they're about to drop into their account tonight, up in the dirt. An excellent win for them.
First look at Mildura for the pairing too, so they've done really well. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox home in second, AJ Pearce, Eli Bock home in third.
And a big thank you to the team at Transcool for your sponsorship in that one, guys.
They wanted in that situation because it's been going along swimmingly. Just a single point out of all that. We're watching a live update on the points as Brock keeps manipulating these points.
Well, Damien, they all head off to the pit area. That'll bring us up to heat 16 now. And in this one, we find the pairing of Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell, Darren Howes, I should say, sorry, and Jack Wheeler with Damien Niche and Mitch Spear. And then Shane Rudloff and Scott Morris.
It's a big heat for Tyler Moon and Andy Lovell. Also Darren House, Jack Wheeler and Damien Niche, Mitch Spear have been somewhere around the mark all night, but they need a heat win here in heat 16 to keep them on track though, John.
Dead right.
Scotty Morris off the bike, Shane Rudloff's bike in gate 3, having looked. Tyler Moon about to come and roll into 1.
He obviously is very confident with where he's ready to drop into, but Morris and Rudloff now waiting to find the point that they're going to drop into.
Of course, Damien Niche, Mitch Spear, fresh after a runner-up in the FIM Oceania Championship. They should be pretty comfortable in gate 3. Darren House, Jack Wheeler from 2, John.
And this one, Damien, proudly brought us by the team of Brooks Real Refrigeration and Air Conditioning. Thank you very much to the Brooks family for their sponsorship to event 22 tonight.
This could be a B final at any Speedway sidecar meeting in Australia, John. Big points up for Darren House, Jack Wheeler to keep him in touch from gate 2 from blue.
There's only so many points that can be taken through the night tonight. Rudloff patient and waiting, wants every bit of this.
And Damien Niche, Mitch Spear at the moment got it under control, John.
They certainly have, and they're looking for the points, but it's in second and third with the real battles taking part, Damien.
Yeah, Shane Rudloff, Scott Morris in pretty big battle with Tyler Moon. But Niche and Niche Spear got 3 points, looking at them right in the front of the face.
Certainly looking good for him. One to travel now, Damien, before the points are divvied out equally between the respective parties that have ridden to take the points. Nice move up the inside at the last minute from the blue of Howes and Wheeler by the look of it.
Yeah, they've come home in third spot, John.
Tyler Moon, Adam Lovell, by the look of it, completing it.
Hasn't quite been on song tonight, Taylor Moon and Adam Lovell, but they're still around the mark. But that was a big move from Darren House, Jack Wheeler, and another handy point, John, an extra point than what they would have got.
Now with heat 16, brought to you by Brooks, Real Refrigeration and Aircon.
And again, a big thanks to Brooks and Real Refrigeration and Aircon for their sponsorship to Event 22. Damien, heat 16 of our card tonight.
Yeah, the end of round 4, John.
Correct. That's going to move us on now to Park Douglas Printing's sponsored Event 23, heat 7 of our classic sidecars tonight.
Let's have a look at your points right now, Trent. Sitting on top with 12 right now is Maxie House and Riley Commons. 1 point behind them, though. It seems like it's been a
Girls are waiting patiently for our classics to come out, Damien.
11, only 1 point off that.
Good to have them here. John always put on a pretty good show, the classic support, and you really need them on a night light tonight and tomorrow night.
And you go back to a pair of them, Kane Golding and AJ Pierce on 7. Hamish Golding and Liam Cox on 6. Tyler Moon on 6.
Looking like Bobby Kemp's out there in the last minute adjustments to it.
Might be too little, too late.
I reckon that might be Gavin Murta out there in the white hat colour.
There's only a 3-point spread between them, and you throw down the cocktail as well. It's only 4 points between them.
Classic sidecars on the line. Just wondering who's thinking who for tomorrow night. Have we got any Warren Monson fans here in Mildura? What about any Darren Trelaw fans? Couple. Must be Byron Gates fans. Maybe that's what it's all about. What are you Gator fans? The bunch from up in 21.
So Jake Zock and Brady Bowen out of gate 1. That bike now of Bobby Camp, front of the field. Check that Jap powering away on us, Damien. He's certainly, for the fact that it's a very old bike, it's certainly vintage classic, but a classic ride for Bob Kemp and Jamie Knudsen at the front of the field at the moment.
Yeah, I first remember Bob Kemp coming down to Mildura in the late 70s, John, with his brother Grant on a Ducati. Of course, he rode in the first Mildura Sidecar Spectacular 44 years ago.
Incredible.
And he's still racing around the classics today. Bob, a tad over 70 years old, actually raced against my late father in the late 60s here in Olympic Park. Quite incredible.
Looks like Zock and Bowen have headed infield, so that'll be them done in this one. Only a half lap away now from finish for Kemp, and there it is, the 3 points for Kemp and Knudsen.
Classic sidecars. I've got a round of applause for each and everyone that's ridden a classic sidecar tonight, because they have put on a show.
And a big thank you to Park Douglas for the sponsorship in that one for event number 23.
It does sound fat, Trent, doesn't it?
And that'll take us, Damien, into what would be the next ride tonight. Again, another classic sidecar heat. This one will be heat number 8 for our classics. And again, for all your printing needs, since 1982, it's been Park Douglas. Park Douglas, locally here, have printed into this region for many, many years. And we do thank them as they come close to what would be almost their 40th anniversary next year. Park Douglas, printers by choice.
Park Douglas printing.
They've been around that long, John. Nearly 40 years, Park Douglas. Oh, I know they're a famous name here in St. Regis. I didn't think they were quite that old, but obviously a quality company to be around in St. Rasia that long.
Well, established in 1982, Damien makes them next year celebrating their 40th anniversary. So yeah, absolutely.
It's 1982 doesn't seem that long ago, John, but
that's the sad part about it.
The last classic sidecar heat before the Sunrise Ag Track Grooming, and we'll leave everyone with some ads and all the stuff in silence during that. Be back with them to take them through round 5.
Well, as the girls bring forward all of our teams in our Sidecar Classics this evening, I hope you're enjoying the telecast live from Olympic Park here this weekend. Looks like Atherton and Bell at the front of the field at the moment. Johnny Atherton has certainly got a reasonable start out of the gate and has just consolidated on that Honda as he gets well away from them. Further down the field, looks like towards the back end of the field, we can see that bike of Glenn Hollis and Johnny Wilcox. I'll be calling as Mark Bowen and Jared Wood for second place at the moment. With the wine hat colour, I reckon it's the Wakefield pairing of Chris and Brad. One to travel now for Atherton and Hill. Atherton and Bell still holding down first place at this stage with our classics, and they'll grab the win from the pairing of Bowen and Woods. Behind them, looked like it might have been was the Chris and Brad Wakefield entry, and I reckon it was Glenn Hollis and Johnny Wilcox back into the field.
Absolutely, John. That takes us to a Sunrise Ag Track Grooming. We'll be back with everybody in a short while.
You're on the ad, top 6 only, and as you look at that, you know how we separate them based on points and things like that, because we need to find that out.
Plus can provide all your PPE requirements. Exposed Signage and Apparel, your locally owned and operated independent store. Support local.
How truly lucky we are. The sacrifice made by our Anzacs. Get around to a dawn service. Some of you might just do the dawn service by staying here the night before and not going to bed. That's the Sidecar way. But let's remember too this weekend what the Anzac spirit is all about. And hopefully Essendon cows that whole week. Last chance to get into the big show. Let's go, ladies, is the call, which means we're about to bring out our final group of heats. Heat number 17 would have seen Neil Hancock and Brendan Johnson. I'm going to be honest with you, I was a bit gutted to see them unload. I really thought.
We're waiting back now here at Olympic Park for the next round of heats. Heat 17's the one we'll be looking for next, which will see Sylvie and Egan, Pearce and Bock running in this one. Hancock and Johnson obviously moved out of it earlier on tonight. And Bottrell and Ristrom certainly not involved with this one either. As we look, it'll be Shane Rudloff and Scotty Morris that'll run in that one. And they'll be out of the white. Aidan Pearce and Eli Bock out of the yellow. And a big thank you to the team at Eye for Detail, sponsors for event number 27 tonight. Heat 17.
Grant Bond and Glenn Cox. Well, they came out before but didn't fire, unfortunately, on the borrowed bike.
So Sylvie and Egan.
Blue helmet colours if they come out. Gate 3, Bailey Ogilvie.
We wait patiently now for them all to come forward for event 22.
Kane Golding and Isaac Amos out of SA will be gate number 4. Heat number 19, we'll see Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon. And the West Kids, Max Howes and Riley Commons will be gate 3 white helmet colours. Interestingly, alongside Uncle Darren. That ought to be interesting. That's a tasty one, isn't it? That beautiful sound, folks. Let's welcome everybody back to the
Rightio.
final round of heats. It's
Currently
gonna be Brian Mildura,
sitting
AJ Pearce and Eli Bach.
out there is our last round of heats tonight with the Sylvian Egan coming out of the blue. There's the yellow of Aiden Pearce and Eli Bach.
They just loved it up. Had a bit of a get off.
You can see Pearce and Bach
Came
now
back strongly.
working their way back in the yellow hat colour. For them. Right beside them in the white will be Shane Rudloff and Scotty Morris out of South Australia. These guys have been pretty solid tonight as well. These points mean so much to them. The blue now, that's the Sylvie Egan bike. That's, of course, Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan.
So that's the 3 we have.
So 3 to take part in this one. Obviously the 4th, which of course was to be Neil Hancock and Brendan Johnson, a no-show in this one due to an early altercation in the night tonight.
Last group of 4 heats to run.
3 to travel in heat 17 tonight. Thanks for the Eye of Detail. Thank you very much for the Eye for Detail group for your sponsorship in this one tonight. Although looks like it is one of the white Pearce and Bach right behind them. Not letting them get too far in front. You certainly want to peg them back. And they close the gap yet again. The blue of Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan back into the field. Still a point in it for them. But take nothing away from the dairy. They run right at the front of the field in the yellow. A great start out of that outside gate for them. With Eli Bach and Aiden Pearce. Bach now nice and low, pushing that bike. Aiden Pearce on the gas. And that's the way they're going to finish. For heat 17, it'll be Shane Rudloff and Scott Morris out of the white to grab the win from Aiden Pearce and Eli Bach in the yellow for second. And I reckon Brian Sylvie and Damien Egan still a point for them, but certainly not to the level or the magnitude of the points that they wanted out of event 22. Event 27 proudly brought to us by Eye for Detail.
And Ronnie says, I'll take that.
Well, Rudloff would have to be very happy with the fact that he picked up 3 points out of that one. That takes him forward another step as we move into event 28 now. 28 will be, of course, heat 18 for our proud sponsor in this one, Mildura Showcase Jewelers. Of course, situated in Centro Mildura, the Centro Shopping Plaza out at 15th Street, Mildura. Thank you heaps for your involvement here this weekend. Out of this one we'll find Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell, Grant Bond and Glenn Cox, Bailey Ogilvie and Denny Cox, and Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. And Damien, a tough one for this one.
Big heat for Kane Golding and Isaac Amos from Yellow. They've had a really good night so far, John. But as you've said, infield commentating, you just can't afford to drop a point. The leaderboard now is starting to get really jammed tight. 6 out of 16 is not many. They need to keep their night rolling to be absolutely certain of it. And Tyler Moon and Andy Lovell from 1, they need a heat win. It's as simple as that. They really need a heat win.
Well, 4 in this one to take part.
It's good to see Grant Bond and Glenn Cox back out there too on their other motorbike.
So important, Damien, to find that clear drive line. I call it a drive line. So the trench that effectively drops all the tread of the tyre, base and sides, into what should propel them out of that groove, out to the first corner.
This should be a pretty even getaway too, John.
red of Moon and Lovell got away the better of a lot of them. In charge behind them, the blue of Bond and Cox. But have a look at this. It is the, I reckon that's the yellow of Golding and Amos, Damien.
Yeah, starting to really attack Tyler Moon and Andy Lovell. But Tyler Moon and Andy Lovell normally ride a really nice ride. Grant Bond and Glenn Cox are in a little bit of trouble now.
Well, that's two infield there with the red light on. That'll bring a halt to it, Damien.
We'll see what lights come on the crosstower, John. I'll let you know who's caused that stoppage in a minute. Blue light's on. Blue light is on the crosstower. Grant Bond and Glenn Cox have taken a heat exclusion.
And Bailey had to swing it sideways. Hit that between those two out in front. Good job, buddy.
Well, that's the wide of Ogilvy and Cox out there at the moment.
Nice job between Kane Golding and Tyler Moon.
They'll be happy to know, Damien, that they're certainly not going to be disadvantaged to start on this.
No, not this. They're going to head to the restart, no doubt. Shane Rodloff's coming out to help Tyler Moon.
Yep.
But yeah, Kane Golding and Isaac Amos will be pretty happy with the restart, I reckon. Well, maybe not. They're actually leading that heat, weren't they?
Correct. So that, to be honest with you, is probably a bit of a blow. But look, it is what it is. You have to regroup. This form of racing, Damien, is not gifted any points to anybody. You really have to work from. We've seen that all through the night tonight. And yet again, even though it may have been possibly one of your better starts for the night, you've got to go out and repeat it. If you want those points, you've got to do that.
Yeah, it's a different beast to qualifying meeting, isn't it? You just got to keep it running all night, ignore what's happening and just keep going forward, John.
And the crazy part about all this, Damien, is the fact that you have to bring your A game, and I've been saying this all night, you've got to bring your A game to the qualifying round to get yourself into the final, to actually get into the field proper tomorrow night. And then tomorrow night, you've got to do it all over again.
In the big dance, John. Tomorrow night's the big dance. And yeah, you got to... But we've seen guys come through the qualifier before and go well tight all night, so there's no reason tomorrow night why any one of these guys in the top that make the top six can't make the final tomorrow evening.
And you know, the crazy part about it, Damien, is that we have over the years seen so many things that have gone the way of whoever that pairing is on a qualifying night or even the meeting before on the weekend prior that looked almost unbeatable, and yet they go into the following night or the following meeting and drop all the points that they really need at the right time. So it's a very cruel sport.
It's a tough one, John. You come off a high tonight. You know, you're like a Max House and Riley Commons. They're going to come off tonight on a high. There's always a natural come down, and you can't afford that tomorrow.
No, but I will also go as far as saying that also provides them with the confidence they need going into tomorrow night, because you know what? They only need to have an up night and a couple of others drop a few points.
Absolutely.
And then all of a sudden they're looking dangerous. So look, you know, I myself, going into that, I would be comfortable if I put on a solid performance through the night tonight, and I'm full of confidence going into tomorrow. That's as good a start as you'd ever want.
Exactly right, John. Once you're there, forget tonight. Forget it ever happened once you're there.
Correct.
And just start again tomorrow night from 7:30. But, yeah, a big heat for Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. They have to do it again. And a big chance for Tyler Moon and Andy Lovell to square things up.
Well, the one thing I will say is that Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell on that inside have a gap now where that rider or that outfit is missing in between. So there's a pretty straight, solid run into the turn. But out of that white for Ogilvy and Cox, they will be looking to get into that as tight as they can, and they've got an open zone to do it in.
And they've been fast all night too. I reckon Kane Golding got the best of all that, John.
Great start from the outside.
So it's Kane Golding and Isaac Amos at the moment. Here comes Tyler Moon and Andy Lovell for a big look at second spot. And they've got there pretty easily in the end.
Some issues there, I reckon, for Ogilvy and Cox in the white. They've dropped away well off the pace, Damien.
And another 3 points looking Kane Golding and Isaac Amos right in the face at the moment. And Tyler Moon and Andy Lovell have actually bridged that gap, and 2 points they're looking at, and they're going to keep them in touch. Gets a little bit crossed up coming out of turn 2.
you know, it doesn't surprise me if Moon is fastest tonight in this heat. He's making ground on our leader at the moment with 1 to travel.
He's chewed about 20 feet off that gap, so he's circulating quicker than the Kane Golding at the moment. But you get that gap, John, in any sidecar race, and you can't afford to give people gaps.
You cannot afford to do that. You cannot afford to give points away. And this is exactly what's going to happen right here now. He's grabbed the points he needed, gone through. The yellow of Golding and Amos grabbed 3 out of South Oz.
And they would just about be in.
Be very close. With the last round, picking up that amount of points, that's looking pretty solid for them.
They've had a solid night, John. They'd be pretty happy with their first look at Mildura, Kane Golding and Isaac Amos. They haven't been here before as riders, so they'd be pretty happy with their night's work up till now.
And Damien, the Queensland pairing of Tyler Moon and Adam Lovell, picking up 2 in that's valuable for them as well tonight.
Absolutely, they've scrounged points up all night, Moon and Lovell, and I'm sure they're somewhere around that mark, John. We'll know pretty shortly where we sit. It's been an amazing qualifier with a lot of that's very, very tight up the top, except for Max House and Riley Commons that are at the moment out in front undefeated.
But for those that aren't here in person, obviously, the atmosphere of the crowd here tonight, Damien, has been amazing. They are just so glued to what's going on. But they've been very vocal tonight, right from the onset. They've been really behind each of the groups out of the different states, from Queensland, South Australia, New South Wales. It's been great in the house here tonight to be able to watch this unfold.
It's once every 6 years, 7 years we get it here in Mildura, John. It's the big circus comes to town. A lot of people travel from all over Australia to be in a national sidecar title, and it's been vocal here this evening. Tomorrow night, I think the atmosphere inside Olympic Park is going to be absolutely magic. Big heat for Darren House, Jack Wheeler. Anything but a heat win here might just freeze them out. Max House and Riley Commons will be looking to go through on a maximum. And not beyond them in this heat, believe me. They've been racing really well all night. I wouldn't be surprised if they win this heat as well.
They're certainly of the ilk and certainly have the talent to be able to do it. The points they've amassed so far, if they can drop another 3 on the back of that in this one, they'll be sitting absolutely in a hot seat to grab a place in that one tomorrow.
Undefeated. They'll finish tonight undefeated if they win this heat, John, which is a hell of an effort in your first look at an Australian Championship qualifier.
Looks like a tape malfunction there, Damien.
Absolutely. Looks like the outside of the tapes didn't come up with the rest of them. So our start line marshals, Reece Farr and Shawnee Stevens, will work quick to get them quickly.
A big thank you, Damien, to, of course, Mildura Truck Centre, the guys at MTC locally here for their involvement as one of our naming rights sponsors to our events through the night tonight. And they've been an awesome sponsor throughout the year for the Olympic Park circuit here.
River 1467 online on the screen at the moment. Only media outlet in Mildura that's matched the club dollar for dollar, and everything they've spent, we've matched them dollar for dollar with sponsorship. So it's great to be on board with them. Actually, it's the River 1467 start line, St Regis local radio station. It's great to be on board here.
And the other one too, Damien, is that River 1467 also one that's providing a very local news service. It allows us to know what's going on in the regional town here, and it's out of bounds. So yeah, the guys at River 1467, absolutely fantastic to have them on board.
We do try, John. Visit Mildura have been pretty proactive, not only with us, but with Cameron Waters and Josh Waters and promoting Mildura all over the country. It's great to have them on board. ATPI sports events.
Yep.
Need no introduction to anyone. It's been great to have them on board here at this year. The Showcase Jewelers with Ian Burrows and his wife Clarissa. It's great to see them. They're always a former sidecar passenger, Ian Burrows. Always supplies our trophies clean away. Great to have them back. They've been long-time associates of the Mildura Motorcycle Club.
Yeah, the Timmers family have been fantastic. And the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club, again, have been connected to the Mildura Motorcycle Club for many, many years. And we do thank them for their connections here as well. We've been so grateful for all of the sponsorship that we've been grabbing over the years. And some of these sponsors have been, as you said earlier, Damien, long-term friends of the people down here at Olympic Park.
Just for the people that are at home watching this, the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club, I think you'll find, John, the Mildura Motorcycle Club actually held fundraisers, scrambles and stuff on a Sunday to help raise money to build the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club, and they've been on board now with the club for over 50 years.
And of course a great a beneficiary to a number of different clubs for what have picked up in-kind donations, sponsorships and other things from the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club. They certainly make sure that they look after all of the region here, and the amazing facilities they have there in New South Wales, incredible.
Great night out, John. Go over to the Kumi Club and have a meal with the better three quarters and take a night in over the Kumiela Club. It's always nice. GJ Gardner Homes, another sponsor here in Mildura. GT on-site windscreens. Just the list goes on and on and on. It's great to have them all on board.
Of course, the GT windscreens, Nigel and Jill Tremelling, great sponsors here, and of course Jill, of course, a direct family member of the very famous Speedway Crump family.
Phil's sister, that's right. KPR Kelly Panelry finishes long time, and KW Earth Moving Concreting tomorrow night's and tonight's naming rights sponsor. Hand it back to you, John, to take us through this important heat for Max House and Riley Commons.
Housen Commons now to bump the bike away.
Always were a classy junior sidecar team, John, but they have really exceeded my expectations in their first year. It's great to see.
But I think, Damien, this is actual point in case when we talked about junior speedway and how it delivers great opponents and great competitors, and this is no exception to that.
Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon and from Gate 2 from Blue, the other local sidecar team, they'll try and make it as hard as possible here. They've been on the pace, but not right at the top end tonight, but they've been in the pace of their debut in a qualifier. Watch for Max House and Riley Commons from Gate 3, though.
Well, a great start right from the centre of Housen Commons as they got away in the white. And they are in the hot seat now to grab their 5th win from 5 rides tonight. They are really full of confidence and driving beautifully. Cock and McMahon on the chase. One infield is the yellow of Howes and Wheeler. But this is an incredible story to be unfolding in front of us, Damien, with Housen Commons at the front and powering away. Quick look over the shoulder from, of course, Max Howes. Sees that he's got the gap, but you cannot leave a gap there because you need to extend it. You cannot rest on your laurels.
They're cruising, John, at the moment, Housen Commons. They really are. They're on their way to a maximum 5 rides, 5 wins. Nathan Cock, Jack McMahon haven't given it away in second spot. They've picked up a handful of points tonight also, but have a look at this, John. We're watching history unfold in front of us. Debut qualifier, unbeaten, amazing.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The house in the house here tonight. Have a listen to that, Damien. The crowd is absolutely going off for these guys. They have ridden like true champions tonight. Call it what you want. It's certainly not a fluke or a flash in the pan. They've stamped dominance tonight. Right from the onset of their very first ride tonight, they've shown that they will be a force to reckon with tonight.
Oh, John, they've made A finals and B finals and been in amongst it all year here in at Gilman Speedway, and it's all come together tonight. They've had a dream run and they've ridden really, really well and ridden with experience well beyond their years.
Nathan Cock and Jack McMahon solid run for second. Aaron House, unfortunately, with bike dramas. One more race to go. Cleanaway bringing you qualifying heat number 20.
Even Gatesy and Maisie and Jason, when I first got that level,
Trent, you keep an eye on those points.
as soon as I got past. But
Who's on the bubble?
what if they get second even also?
Clay Hobbs is back out with Causey.
Even Gatesy used to say to me,
Nation Spear.
what I've got to do to win a 5, I keep running off the back of him, and we used to
Aboard the 40.
it'll just happen in time.
The 007
These kids have come all that time.
of Hayden Bond.
I honestly thought when Nishi got him, I think it was good.
And Brady Cox.
But no. Here we go, Johnny. Here we go. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox.
And the good news is we've got a whole other
We move on to event 30 now, which is heat 20. This one proudly brought to us by the Timmers family at Cleanaway, Trans-Pacific Cleanaway. These guys have been connected inside the region here for so many years, and we do thank them for their involvement and also for the naming right sponsorship to event number 30 tonight.
The last event of the evening, John, and then we'll be able to bring you the top 6 that have made it through. So big heat for Hayden Bond and Brady Cox from gate 1 from red.
Hamish Golding and Liam Cox out there, and Damien Nisha, Mitch Spear.
They need points as well, but we'll give you the top 6 as quick as we possibly can from the infield.
Bond and Cox, Hobbs and Spear, Golding and Cox, and Niche and Spear. The blue, red light on the action there by the look of it, which is going to pull them up, Damien.
That didn't sound good, Trent.
That looks like it's the Bond and Cox bike. And that's a failure by the look of it on the front wheel. I wouldn't mind betting potentially a bearing or something that's failed there, Damo. It's still rolling and turning, but certainly didn't sound good.
I think it might have just been their front nose cone, their front guard fairing rubbing on it. John, looks like it's a bit low to me. It may have broken a strut or something.
Yeah, it has by the look of that.
Yeah, it's actually the sidecar.
It is
Sidecar cowling actually rubbing on the back of the tyre. Horrible noise. Probably wouldn't feel too good either. Can happen a lot though.
Absolutely.
That's where the fiberglass joins is right behind your front tyres. So let's say they get it. Well, they'll get it going. There's no doubt about that. They've been a pretty class act tonight, young Hayden Bond and Brady Cox. They should be somewhere around the mark, I'd reckon. They've placed all night.
Guys should be very proud of the effort they put in tonight. They really should be, because they certainly have had a pretty solid go. Look, we'll have a quick look. Bit hard to see from here. I think you're right, Damien. It does look like it's actually been touching that front wheel.
Another young pairing, John, under 20 years old, both of them, not only 3 years out of junior sidecar racing. Obviously, the son of Grant Bond and the son of Glenn Cox, second generation. So I'm sure they are going to qualify tomorrow night.
Clay Hobbs and Jack Spear from SA, of course, ex-local in Clay Hobbs.
Yeah, first started racing Speedway as a passenger with Jaden Mays many years ago now. Yeah. And they are a fast pairing too.
Hamish Golding and Liam Cox. That pairing coming out of Queensland and New South Wales, respectively. Golding, of course, out of Queensland, and Liam Cox out of New South Wales. Come a long way to be with us this weekend.
Absolutely. Hamish Golding, once again, got that connection to Spud Buchanan from New Zealand. And, of course, Andrew Buchanan, a former number 2 in the country and a Victorian sidecar champion, probably the best New Zealander we've seen. Has actually got 3 or 4 of the young guys now pretty keen, and we're seeing them here tonight. So it's great to see, John.
And on the extreme outside there on the yellow, we find Damien Noosh and Mitch Spear. Well, that stands for itself, the South Australian pairing. Let's see how this plays out. Tapes away. Beautiful run into the first turn. But it is the red of Bond and Cox that look the best going into it. Certainly no slowing them down at this stage. Wow, contact as one of them heads infield. That looked like it could have been the...
Green race light still on. Hayden Bond and Brady Cox leads at the moment from Damien Nish and Mitch Spear.
A little further down we find the blue, Damien, by the look of it, of Hobbs and Spear.
And just like his dad, Hayden Bond and Brady Cox, very neat and tidy and always get around here consistently.
Well, Hamish Golding and Liam Cox looks like they're the pair that have headed infield. The one to travel now. Bit of smoke coming off the back end of that bike now for Bond and Cox. And I reckon they'll get home okay.
Big heat win for them, John, and 3 points in the last heat of the night. Let's see if we can get that top 6 down straight away.
We'll get third. Trent, what an epic first night, mate.
Incredible night tonight. What's unfolded throughout the night. It certainly wasn't, Damien, retrospectively looking at it now, certainly wasn't what we would have expected to happen tonight. I mean, with that that incredible run of and I'm not going to call it luck. I'm going to call it skill and great race pace and practice for Max Howes and Riley Commons. Awesome.
You don't get lucky 5 times, John.
No, you're right.
It's hard to get lucky twice in a sidecar meeting. No, they've ridden with experience beyond their years tonight. But it doesn't surprise me. It's been coming all year, and they've put it together.
And Damien, the thing that really did impress me was that when we saw these guys, especially when they got put under a fair bit of heat with some more experience behind them in some of the heats tonight, they certainly didn't crack under pressure. Not at all.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed tonight's live stream for the Australian Championship qualifier. And we'll be back with you tomorrow night, John, with this 2021 Australian Speedway Sidecar Championship, proudly brought to you by KW Earth Moving and Concreting. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll speak again soon, John.
Will do. Looking forward to it.